Thursday, December 10th, and we welcome everybody who has joined us. For our agenda number 1, updates from the State Superintendent. Dr. Mackey?
Thank you, Ms. Ziegler. Before I proceed, make sure everybody can hear me. Is that good?
Hang on, Dr. Mackey. Let's do a little bit of a test.
Okay.
We can hear you, Dr. Mackey, but we can't hear Ms. Ziegler as well.
Okay. I hear you perfectly fine, Dr. Stewart. Good to see you this morning.
Thank you.
Anyone in the agenda?
Dr. Stewart, how is that? Better?
That's It seems like you're farther away from the microphone.
But it was better right then. When you just spoke, I think it's much better. You try, maybe say something else.
Okay. Now, can y'all hear me? A little bit?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly fine.
Okay.
Maybe you could write under that.
Okay.
But whatever you did, it did help.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just sliding on that.
No better for you.
Okay. Miss Bell, are you with us?
When you look down and you speak in the microphone itself,
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do
I
better.
noticed the neck was the first.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And there we go. I was going to say, I did not see you all, but I can see the room now.
And I think the only one we're missing is Dr. Reynolds, but he'll be back.
Okay. So let me, Ms. Ziegler, I will go ahead and get started. I'm going to be kind of brief here at the beginning. We have a guest who's going to join us to talk about letters program. We're very excited about that. You see there are 2 items on there. One for the letters update and then one for PCG update that are in response to questions board members had last month. And then I know, so what we want to do, is, with your permission, is go ahead and jump into the letters thing in just a minute. Give me about 3 minutes, and then we'll jump into letters because we have somebody on the line to present. And then we have a PCG discussion. Glad to answer any questions about either one of those. We have Dr. Elizabeth Davis on the line also. And then, of course, Dr. Boyd is there. And what I would ask is that it might be easier if Dr. Boyd kind of guides the agenda today and plays the role I would normally play, just by having somebody in the room. I know it's sometimes easier to do that, especially as we go through the later items. But now I'm here, obviously, can talk, can answer questions, can do whatever we need to do. And then we'll, at whatever point you all decide you want to break for lunch, take a lunch break, and then finish the rest of the agenda. Part of which is discussion on the mathematics textbooks, and I know everybody wants to get to that. And before it gets too late in the day and everybody's tired, Dr. Boyd has worked tirelessly with Dr. Jones and the committee to get together a new report that we feel really good about. I think much improved position. I think the board will be really happy with the progress that's been made there. But let me just say this: you don't see anything there on the agenda about my updates, and that, as we've been planning for this week, knowing I would be remote, I said, well, I don't want to get into too many things. I want to answer any questions board members have, but don't want to bring up too many new items now. But so there's a couple of things I do want to mention. So first of all, our 2 new board members who will be incoming. We're losing 2 great board members. They're on here with us now, and Jeff Newman and Dr. Tommy Stewart. And we're sad to see them go, but we've got good people coming on. Had multiple conversations with them. So Dr. Tanya Chestnut will be taking that District 5 position, and Ms. Belinda McCrae will be taking the District 7 position. We had intended to have orientation for them this past Monday, December 7th. But with me in quarantine and Jessica in quarantine, we both had a part in that with just things that were happening last week. And those 2 ladies, we left it to them, and they felt like they would like to just push that off for a couple of weeks. So we're probably going to reschedule it for early January. We may reschedule it remotely like this, so they don't even have to come into the building. We're going to leave that up to them. But we do have a really good agenda worked out. we just were not able to do that on Monday. We do have, we have secured a date for the two of them and for, Mrs. Ziegler, this is news for you and Mrs. Bell, but y'all are re-elected board members. We'd love to invite you too. So the two of them wanted to have a ceremony on the Capitol steps. And so we reserved the afternoon before the February board meeting. I think that's the 13th. I've got to look now at my calendar. But after their first board meeting to be seated at a meeting will be February 11th, I'm sorry. And so we have reserved the afternoon before, February 10th at 3 o'clock, the Capitol steps. Justice Tom Parker has agreed to do the swearing in. Now, it's going to be, much different. I hate this, but it's going to be much different than what we would do in normal years because we can't do the big reception and things like that. So what we're going to do is have an outside ceremony, which they requested that's to be as in line with the health orders as we can. We'll have everything socially distant. We're not, it's going to be, we're not even renting chairs or anything like that. So it will be kind of a brief ceremony, but we're excited to do it anyway, and that they wanted to both be sworn in together. As you know, we can do that at their county courthouse or at their house if they want to. But they want to be sworn in together on the Capitol steps. So we set that up. They will officially take office on the third Monday in January, but that is, of course, it's the national holiday. It's the week of federal inauguration, and so it felt like it would be better to wait until they're coming to Montgomery to set up an official swearing-in ceremony. So that's just something. Everybody's obviously invited to that. We'll have to all spread out, but there's lots of room on the front of the Capitol, so we'd be able to do that. And we would love to go ahead and re-swear in our two other board members if you'd like to join us. And we'll follow up. We'll talk a lot more about that as we get closer. But just put that on your calendar if you're interested for February the 10th.
Dr. Mackey, just to make sure that that's in compliance with state law and have the forms to be signed, prepared, because there is a time frame that you have to meet. I've been sworn in as many times as I have been, and you have to be sworn in. You cannot just continue, the next 4 years if you've already been elected. So make sure that everything is done according to law and within the time frame that is certainly required by law. And I know
Absolutely.
the town would certainly honor that as well, but just having it for convenience, unfortunately, is not part of it. It has to be done according to what the law provides. So
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I really double check that because last time I had to push for it, and when we finally got it set, it was close to the time limit.
Okay. Well, we've been working on that. I think we've got a good plan. And Chief Justice Parker and his office have been great to work with. So as we move forward to that, other thing I wanted to mention to you is about our, the work we're doing with COVID right now. So things are really tough. As I mentioned my superintendents before, we have more and more school districts that are just going remote. And for the most part, it is just about the lack of enough adults to run the school. They just cannot keep going. I'm sure you're all hearing from people, as I hear from them every day, and people are just, they're just worn out, and they're tired, and they're working really hard, and hopefully this Christmas break and kind of an extended break will be good for everybody. I will tell you that even though a lot of them are going remote, I'm getting more and more calls from superintendents about actually extending the winter break, and so not remote, just not doing school for, say, another week or going to mid-January before they start back. Only one district, I think, and I don't even want to say for sure which one because I'm not sure. We've talked to several, but I think one has officially, their board has actually done that. But I think that several more may do that in the month of December. In other words, instead of starting back on January 4th or 5th, they are delaying their start back to January 11th or even 19th to give themselves a longer winter break to give their folks time to rest and get ready for the winter and spring months. We do feel good as we move toward the spring. We've had many conversations about vaccine. There's definitely vaccine coming next week. They will begin giving out the vaccine, but they won't be available to anybody in our schools. The early vaccines will only be for healthcare workers. And then as we extend, there will be vaccines available for our school nurses. We believe in the second round, so probably in January, probably, I can't swear that for sure. And then we believe teachers will be able to get vaccines in the third round, and hopefully all these rounds will be back to back to back. They'll all be pretty close to each other. But there's not even been a childhood vaccine done yet. So those will be for young, many of our students qualify as adults. We'll be careful how to speak, because but as far as young children, I don't think the FDA has approved any vaccines as childhood vaccines yet. So we continue to have discussions every day, and we will continue to work with public health on that. We're also working closely with the High School Athletic Association. We had calls yesterday and calls again this morning. And so I'm very worried. I've said that publicly, and I'll say it here briefly again. Very, very worried about winter sports, because unlike our fall sports, football and cross country, the volleyball indoors, but usually not quite as crowded as basketball and wrestling can be. And so we made it through the fall sports. They're all finished now. But as we go into the winter sports, basketball and wrestling, indoor track can be very tight quarters, and we're worried about that. And so we're probably going to be, there's a lot of rumors out there about canceling the season. We have no intentions to cancel the seasons. High School Athletic Association and Public Health have no intentions to cancel the season. But we do have concerns about crowd control, and I think you will see some rules coming about how many people can be spectators in a gym, and I fully support limiting that. We've got to do something to support our local principals and coaches in the work they're trying to do to push the season forward for our boys and girls, but also to keep them safe. And then, hopefully by spring sports, we had our first call yesterday to plan for spring sports. And we feel a lot better about what spring sports season looks like, because all the spring sports are outdoors for one thing, and they're, hopefully we'll have some vaccine by then. So those are things that are going on. They're kind of in the background. I appreciate the support from the board, your calls, your public comments have been very useful and helpful in so many ways, and we really do appreciate it. So with that, Ms. Ziegler, I'll turn it back over to you. I know that what I'll do is I'll turn it back over to you and let you give it to Dr. Boyd at the appropriate time, and y'all make the introductions from there.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start with letters.
Yes,
The letters update which was brought forth from our board questions from our last board meeting in November. So letters, please.
Sure. Before we turn it over to letters, I'd just like to say that Dr. Tracy Strickland and Elizabeth Davis has been working really well together on this particular project, and they've been working with Ms. Laura Wolf, and we're really pleased with the progress that's been done so far with the letters training. So at this point, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Davis.
Dr. Davis? Her lips are moving.
She's muted.
She's unmuted.
You might be unheard, and
That's good.
I'm sorry, Dr. Boyd, who did you say was working with Ms. Wolf?
Tracy Strickland.
Tracy, that's right.
Yes. So we'll give her a few seconds, and if not, we'll go ahead and see if we can get Ms. Wolf. Can you hear us, Ms. Wolf?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Can you give us an update on the letters training and the project?
I most certainly can. I wanted to start though by saying what an honor and a privilege it is to be here with you all today. The work that you all and your educators have been doing over the last 2+ years is quite exemplary, and it has been our honor to work with all of you here in Alabama. I have prepared a short presentation to you all about what we are experiencing right now, what we are enjoying with the letters implementations that are going on across the state. And would it be all right if I shared my screen with you guys so that you can see the presentation?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's make sure I do this correctly. Okay, just double checking that you all can still hear me. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm sorry because I can't see you when all I can see is my presentation right now. So once again, my name is Laura Wolf, and I am the representative for letters in the state of Alabama, and have been working closely with you guys and your educators to bring this positive professional development to all of you on the science of reading.
Ms. Wolf, excuse me, we cannot, are you showing us something from your presentation? We only see your lovely face.
Oh, well, yes, I'm trying. Let's see. Hang on. Let's
Okay,
go
Dr.
back.
Duke? It popped
Can you
up.
see it now?
No, it popped up just for a second and then went away.
Okay, let's try again.
There we go.
Well, let's wait a minute, make sure.
This guy was on. Good.
Okay, we've got it now, Ms. Wolf.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you for letting me know before I just kept talking and talking.
You're welcome.
Okay. As you all know, Lisa Moats is the author of Letters, and she, as you guys as well, firmly believes that teachers are the most important factor to our students' success. She's been quoted as informed teachers can explain language to students, including sound, spellings, and word meanings that might be confusing. They use lessons based on reading science and understand the process of learning to read and write. Research proves that science matters. That is Dr. Moats' mantra, and mantra of the state of Alabama as well. You have almost 10,000 reading scientists among you who are doing difficult and heavy lift of learning this science and then, more importantly, implementing it into their classrooms for their students. So let's talk a little bit more specifically about what that is looking like in the state of Alabama. We know that the science of reading is founded on Scarborough's reading rope, which is two major strands shown here, the blue and the red, one being word recognition and one being language comprehension. We currently have 3 cohorts of educators in Alabama who are in the process of learning Scarborough's reading rope. Cohort 1, which I'll show you the numbers for in just a moment, has completed their journey of learning the content of this reading rope. They finished theirs in May. Cohort 2 is about 3/4 of the way through the content, and cohort 3 is about 25% through the content. So let's talk a little bit more about who those cohorts are. There are 9,928 educators currently in or having just finished letters in the state of Alabama. Those educators are experiencing one or more of 3 letters science of reading courses. The major course is the Letters 3rd edition, represented there in the blue column. That is the one that we call Walter's third edition for K through 12. You have 7,933 educators currently in that cohort, or in that group, in that course. The second column in the red is the letters for early childhood educators. That is primarily for pre-K and kindergarten educators in our state, and you have 1,225 engaging in that course. Where the rubber meets the road really though is where your leaders are buying into this concept as well and are leading that effort in their buildings and in their districts. You have 770 building and district level administrators engaging in the Letters for Administrator course, which focuses not only on an overview of the content that their elementary educators are learning, but also in what it means to be a literacy leader in their buildings and how to better monitor and lead the progress of the educators that they lead. I want to give a special shout out to many of those administrators also though, and you should know this, that many of those 770 are also included in the 7,933 number. Some of these administrators in your state are taking it upon themselves to also learn the entire 2-year content course that their K through 3 teachers are learning as well, and are doing that training alongside their educators, in addition to the administrator course. So let's look at how these break down over the course of all 3 years. There are 372 over cohort 3. This is the current cohort that you guys just started this summer. We added on 372 administrators in July, 616 early childhood educators, and 4,661 K through 3 educators in non-full support schools in July. Likewise, we added 4 early childhood educators from full support schools, 154 administrators from full support schools, and 995 teachers and coaches from full support schools. Since July 1, these educators, in the middle of a pandemic, friends, have attended a total of 1,001 letters training that has been offered across the state. And obviously those have been offered virtually. They've been offered in 3-hour webinar segments. And your teachers and administrators have attended 1,105 of those. We have offered 85 sessions for administrators, 46 sessions for early childhood educators, and 974 sessions for our K through 12 teachers. Obviously, it's primarily K through 3. So what does that look like when someone engages with the letters course? It is a blended delivery system and has flexibility for the educator in regards to how they work through the online content. They log into an online platform, and the first thing that they do is they are given a pre-test just to do a little pulse check of what do I already know about the science of reading. They also engage in print material that is an overview of the research and a review of the content learned in the online platform. Then they engage in face-to-face or virtual live trainings with National Letters educators. And I am proud to say that the authors of Letters, Dr. Carol Tomlin and Dr. Louisa Moats, have been part of the training for your teachers so far, as well as Dr. Lucy Hart-Paulson and Colleen Longo and others who are the authors of the other courses. Your educators have had one-on-one and small group time with the actual authors of the courses themselves. And they have had so many wonderful things to say about us here in Alabama. We've made it a little bit more specialized for our full support schools who are in the Letters course right now. They are getting the same blended approach as all the other teachers in the state, but we have added on a really important element for these teachers to ensure that they are getting as much as they can out of the Letters course. We have added on consultation sessions delivered in small groups for the educators and administrators who are in our full support schools. These consultation sessions cover actual overview of the bridge to practice, discussion about ways to make their implementation stronger, and reviews of what maybe they didn't quite grasp from the sessions before. These have been highly valuable, as some of these groups are as small of a ratio as 1 to 2, and none of them are any larger than a ratio of 1 to 10 educators. Now, one of the challenges, and I really cannot say enough good things about the dedication from everyone participating in letters, is that they're doing this in the middle of a pandemic right now, especially, this year. We are on year 3. Years 1 and 2 were a cakewalk compared to what everyone's going through right now, as I'm sure you all would agree. So part of trying to make this as accessible to your educators as possible is we have worked closely with Dr. Strick and her team at ARI in making sure that the times that we offered as much as possible can accommodate the other challenges that your educators are experiencing with everything else that they have to do outside of their science of reading work. With that said, I've said before that we offer these in 3-hour segments. These segments are during school, either 8 to 11 or 12 to 3, or after school, 3:30 to 6:30. And we even have sessions offered on Saturdays, either from 9 to 12 or 1 to 4. I was a little bit skeptical at first about offering the Saturdays because I thought, wow, these teachers need a break. Nobody's going to want to do this on a Saturday. Well, let me tell you, was I ever wrong? Those Saturday sessions have been extremely popular, and these teachers are logging on a Saturday morning after battling everything they do Monday through Friday, and are continuing with their professional endeavors by engaging in the letters content on Saturday morning. I'm so proud. So what have they said about the training once they're in there? After every session, attendees are asked to provide feedback. It is anonymous feedback. And one of the things that they are asked to do is rate the training. 89% of all people who engage in the training session have ranked it as excellent. 9% have ranked it as good. 2% have ranked it as needs improvement. And 0% have ranked it as poor. I can't say that there is anything else that we could evaluate in the middle of a pandemic other than nap time that would get as high of a ratings as we're getting right now out of this. With as many challenges they have, they are still recognizing the value in what they are doing within the letters work. So we created a little Wordle here too that is taken from the 13,755 narrative feedback forms that we also received. Not only do they rate them based on the scale on the previous slide, but they're asked to give narrative feedback as well. I want you to take a look at the Wordle here and show what the primary feedback we are receiving in the narrative description. Great, reading, the brain, sounds, learning, vowels, teaching. There's even on here the names of the different theoretical models, Aries phases, Scarborough's Road, students, modeling, health, learning, teaching, phonics, my job, helpful. Your teachers are so engaged, and your administrators, and we couldn't appreciate them more. So here's a little bit more of the narrative that they're telling us. The one in the middle is, of course, our favorite. The content of this PD should be mandatory for every educator. That comes straight from your people. Many aha moments. Very knowledgeable, good communicator. I love a smart Southern woman. I plan to take back many of the strategies that were presented in this presentation. My session was superior. I was completely lost when I took the pretest. Now I am getting an understanding of what I am learning about. Discussing the Spanish phonology will help me better assist my ESL students with sound articulation and decoding skills during phonemic and phonics instruction. How specific. I learned that letters will assist me with improving my reading instruction. I must be proficient in order for me to assist my students in reaching their fullest reading potential. I plan to take back many of the strategies that were presented in this presentation. You both handled the virtual learning challenge beautifully. The reading simulation was eye-opening to the struggles some young readers experience. And finally, this was a wonderful session, especially considering the fact that it was all online. Very informative and helpful. Those are the words directly from your educators, and this is just a few of them. As I said before, we've gotten over 13,000 narrative responses similar to these. So let's talk about the specific data of the growth that they are experiencing. As I mentioned before, every LETRS educator starts with a pretest, a pulse check, if you will, that's designed to pinpoint what you already know and where we have to go. The average pretest score of every user in the general population of LETRS users in the state of Alabama is a 59%, which I will tell you, having access to the national data is actually not that bad. It's actually pretty good compared to some other areas. And the average pretest score of the teachers in our full support schools is right there with them at a 52%. So a bit lower. These teachers are typically have been teaching less time, whatever the reason, but their average pretest score is at a 52. But let's see how we're leveling the playing field across the board, and your teachers showing dramatic gains. The middle column there, the lighter yellow, the middle color yellow, shows the post-test scores of Unit 1 of Challenges of Learning to Read. So that's the one where they outline the reading science and why we are about to engage in the course we are in and the knowledge of the theoretical models themselves. The average post-test score for both populations was a 96%. For Unit 2, speech, sounds of the English language, which focuses a lot on obviously phonics, phonological and phonemic awareness, and how that works with your students as early learners and emerging readers. Their post-test score on that unit across all users in cohort 3 was also a 96%. That is very impressive growth from the pre-test score we saw across all domains. So I mentioned that the full support schools are getting consultation sessions in addition to all the other elements of the LETRS training. Since September 1st, when we started the consultation period sessions, we have offered 257 of these sessions to the educators in full support schools. 126 of those sessions were with 1 to 5 participants. 99 of those sessions were with 6 to 9 participants. And 32 of those sessions were offered in groups of 10 or maybe slightly more. Dr. Carol Tolman has led one of the co-authors of LETRS, has led the efforts of the consultative sessions in Alabama and is actually assigned to 4 of the Alabama schools and is the one providing the consultative sessions herself. And then her team, there's a team of about 20 consultants who are delivering the sessions to all the schools that are full support across the state. So here's some of the successes we're hearing about from this consultative model in the full support schools. This is from feedback they provided. Despite challenging circumstances of the pandemic, teachers are engaged and they want to learn. I can reiterate that. I get calls, numerous calls of how can I do better, and oh, I'm so nervous to have the time with my consultant. I want to do the best I can when my consultant is with me. These educators are hungry for this content and are really being receptive to what we are providing to them. The consultative sessions are small enough to build relationships directly with the attendees to problem solve literacy instructional challenges at specific schools, getting very granular. They practice skills, assessments, and techniques, and ask questions of the highly knowledgeable instructors and consultants that are there to work with them. In addition to the one national consultant with them, usually there is also another person there in support of that consultant, and they tag team with each other to provide the services to those schools in those small groups. Now, I won't lie to you, there are challenges, of course, because these consultative sessions are occurring during the regular school day so that they can be in small groups. The teachers are very stressed with teaching during a pandemic. They understand the heavy lift that is ahead of them, not only by virtue of the fact that they are a full support school, but by virtue of the fact that it is harder to reach kids during the pandemic. Because of that, the stresses on the teachers clearly have an effect, even though they're trying to overcome it. We all know finding substitutes to be able to attend sessions is difficult. We are working to make ourselves as accessible as we can be, but there's only so many hours in the day, and finding substitutes so that the teachers can attend all of the sessions that they want to and need to is obviously a challenge. On top of COVID, we got to experience a fun little hurricane, didn't we, this year, down at the southern part of our state. And that forced some of the schools to reschedule. And so the reason why that number is not higher in the total number of sessions offered is some schools have had to reschedule their day 2 session for January due to scheduling and other issues related to schools being closed for the hurricanes, etc. Okay. So, what do we do in letters? We teach the what, why, and how of literary instruction over time, providing educators with what they need in order to implement change within their buildings and with their students. That is the end of my presentation, but I would love to answer any questions that you might have regarding what's happening with letters in the state.
Board members, any questions?
Yeah, I think, oh, sorry.
Go ahead,
Let
Dr.
me say
Mackey.
this, if I can jump in before the question. I have got to brag on Laura. She has been an absolutely amazing partner. She is an Alabamian. We claim her in every way. And just been super. And, you know, we started having these discussions during that, the whirlwind summer when I was coming in as state superintendent, and she did not put us off or say, hey, I've got other things to do. And at that time, it was not this huge contract with 10,000 people. We were just a few hundred people, all the money we had that we could pull together, and it did not matter. I think she would be as committed to training 3 teachers as 30,000. And I just cannot say enough about what a great partner she has been, and the folks at Letters and Board Service. And I think Dr. Davis is also with us again now, and I know she had a introduction plan, so she may have some words she wants to say if she can before the question. If Laura, is that okay, Laura? Can you stay with us a few minutes?
Absolutely, and thank you for that Christmas present, Dr. Mackey. I feel the same way.
She gave us a Christmas present. This is huge. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Dr.
So,
Davis?
can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, yay. I was trying to be technical and use AirPods, and I had my son help me last night to make sure it all worked, and now it doesn't work. So I'm back to just no AirPods. I quickly just wanted to say, yes, even in the transition with Gay Finn going to Department of Early Childhood, and Gay was our boots on the ground at the State Department working with Laura daily to keep it going, to answer emails, you know, that to work completely with the Letters supports. So she has worked with our transition. We've reassigned Denise Perkins to pick that up right now. As we're again continue to add and continue to working with DECE, because just like when they first rolled out their grant, we also, with the funding, include all educators, pre-K through 3rd grade. We know the importance of that. So we still have that cohesive collaboration, and also the daily updates. I know yesterday, I think Laura sent Denise an email that we had 54 more folks on our waiting list, because our goal in January is to start cohort 4, which will pick up all of the folks on the waiting list right now, because that is right at, I think I have right at 1,700, which again includes your early childhood, which is the pre-K, your Letters 3rd edition, which is the 2-year, and then also our administrators, and then the EL portion. So we're trying to stay on it, and we couldn't do it without Laura's assistance, DECE, the State Department. It's a collaborative that is working beautifully to try to service everyone. So, and also, Laura, will you clarify? I want to make sure some of the folks that have had challenges, either with getting sick or can't find those, once they start this, they have 3 years to complete it. And while that is, you know, we want them to finish in 2 or less, even if they can, but that is a blessing right now. Is that correct, 3 years?
You're exactly correct, Dr. Davis. We intentionally built in that extra year because we wanted to be as flexible as possible. I think we must have all had a little bit of ESP because we built that in pre-pandemic, but we are certainly appreciative of it now. And it has allowed us a great deal of flexibility in meeting the needs of those who might need to pump the brakes a little bit.
And I promise, last statement, then I'll mute myself again. I think the flexibility of meeting our needs has been beyond what we could express in gratitude, because traditionally, the quarterly face-to-face with the work in between, which is a beautiful cycle of inquiry, it helps and it's ideal, even though it's not ideal to pull, folks out once a quarter, but with the work we wanted to do with our full support schools and the need to really provide that, I want to say, onboarding during the summer so that we wouldn't have to pull during the school year, but also could work and provide that, shifting that and planning for that 4 to 5 day summer training, which is a lot, but knowing how to balance that, they worked so hard with us to do that, and so I just appreciate that, because we know that model then gives us a second delivery option pending the data and the support, of course, because we do have teachers that would rather do it during the summer and then use that, we're using those PLCs within the year. So thank you, or I can't say enough, and I'll mute myself.
And thank you, Dr. Davis. You're exactly right. The beauty of letters that you do have that flexibility, and that we want to make this work for what you guys need.
Ms. Wolf, I was wondering, can you send us your presentation so that we, some of your numbers and all would be very helpful, and send it to you?
Yes.
Could you please send it to Dr. Boyd, and then he can get it to all the board members, please?
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Thank you kindly. Any other board members, questions, please? Dr. McCarty?
Dr. Wolf, you've been very helpful at the college level as well. And so can you speak about the number of colleges and the progress that you've made with bringing letters into some of the college prep courses?
Yes, ma'am. And, I apologize, I neglected to include that in the official slides. That is in my notes to discuss, and thank you for reminding me. We are extremely pleased that the institutions of higher learning in the state are also engaging with the letters course in different ways. We have professors from almost every institution in the state, if not every institution. I'll need to double check that. I mean the professors of the literacy professors from the different institutions who are in the course themselves right now, in all of the courses. But specifically, we have some institutions who are already implementing that with their pre-service teachers. Jacksonville State University, under the guidance of Dr. Janet Vavnese, is on year 2 of the implementation with her pre-service students in both early childhood as well as elementary. And then also, Dr. Karen Dennis at the University of Mobile has been using it with her students as well who are pre-service as part of their coursework. Other institutions are starting to explore that option as well as they engage in the course themselves, and are looking at how science of reading in the pre-service world will look in every one of our institutions as we start to implement, if not letters specifically, the concepts of letters and the science of reading that we are expecting of our in-service teachers. It will save us a lot of time in the in-service world if a lot of this is covered more in depth in that pre-service world. So just know that even our colleges of ed across the state are doing their work as well, and they are engaging with us and others to make sure that this type of systemic change is starting even before the teachers come to us.
Thank you. And then one other question. We've also had presentations from NIHOPS as well, and I'm not sure that I understand the differences in what NIHouse offers and what you offer, and then I think we also have Windsor Learning as well. And I understand they're all fabulous programs, but I'm not sure that I understand perhaps I'm sure they have different missions, different end goals, and if you could maybe talk about yours, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I couldn't hear the last of what you just said, I'm sorry.
Just
The last few words you said.
if you could just speak about what yours offers, what letters, like your end goal for,
Yes.
for those who participate and complete your program. What is your end goal for yours as maybe a way to compare and contrast with what some of the other programs with reading do?
Yes, okay, well, I can speak obviously very specifically to what the end goal of letters is. And the end goal of letters is for teachers who engage in the course fully, that they will become better connoisseurs of curriculum themselves. As we know, letters is not a curriculum. It is a pure professional development for the teacher that makes them a better user of whatever curriculums are given to them. As such, we consider it pure professional development. We get asked all the time, where are the lessons that go with it? What do I do with my kids? What do I have to renew every year? What is this gonna cost me? And the answer is nothing. This is for you. This is to make you a better educator and to make you more knowledgeable about what the science says is the way that students learn to read. And when there are reading difficulties, as we know that many of our students in the state have, what do I do? So we are not a curriculum. We are not something that is student-facing in that regard. But what we do is we offer teachers and administrators the opportunity that when they are facing a student who has a challenge, then they better know where to go with what curriculum or strategies to use with that child to make that student a better reader. So what does this mean? It means that we are not telling you to use a specific book with every student in your state. We're not telling you buy this for the next 15 years and put it in your library. We're telling you that with the knowledge you have, you will make better choices, not only for your students, but in regards to curriculum and other decisions that you have to make in regards to literacy.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members?
I didn't have a question, just wanted to say that it's really impressive to hear the response from the teachers and administrators. This is a powerful way of putting everybody in and validating the work that you're doing. When you're working with reading, to know that you've gotten that pat on the back from the Letters program and that guidance, and to work with the original creators of it, I mean, it's very powerful. We'd love to see the same kind of balance in math.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, you're welcome. Thank you.
And
I
Ms.
will
Wolf?
say we braced ourselves for getting maybe a little bit of negative with all the other frustration. So we were more than pleasantly surprised with all the positive response.
And Ms. Wolf, you might not be aware, there's a few of the board members themselves who have attended some of these letters training. So we, when we're afforded that opportunity, we stepped in to find out for ourselves how this works. And so I do wish you to know that there are some of us that did join in, shall we say.
Well, I definitely appreciate that and applaud that, and I hope you enjoyed your time with our letter session.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I don't think there's, I'm sorry, Dr. Davis, sorry.
No, may I say one more thing about a connection of the bigger picture?
Please.
And while Laura is in here too, because I know we have talked about this, so Dr. McCarty's question is spot on in what we're trying to kind of develop, which is an overview or a visual of some sort to show exactly what you asked as far as the not 12 or 15 things or programs, professional learning, different things that the different, our different partnerships offer. And so when we spoke back in March maybe, with Night House, which was the first one that I think that you mentioned, the reasoning, of course, was because of Louisa Moat's connection on their board as far as connecting some of those high-quality instructional materials that some teachers may need quicker than others, as well as during or after. Well, we have teachers that go through this and they can use whatever's put in front of them, and that's what I love about letters, even though I've not been through it completely at all, is the understanding of being able to look at anything that is related to teaching reading and say, that doesn't meet the science of reading quality, which is what we want from all of our teachers. But we also know the reality is some teachers, quicker than others, need the materials or some of those high quality instructional materials, which is why we, one of the main reasons that we looked at providing another support that couples with letters and may not even be needed. We are remain fully committed to providing that funding for all pre-K through 3 teachers, administrators, but also the connection with, if I go through whatever the training is, say that it is Night House or letters, is having that count towards that CALT pathway, which is so critical, because we have heard your request and we see the need to want to have those in all of our schools would be a dream, but at least one in every district. And so how beautiful it is to be able to provide Night House and letters to our school systems that can be used on that pathway, and that's what Laura and I have talked about as well in that journey, because they're building that in to be part of it. It's almost, in my mind, the easy way to understand it is I could use my EDS towards my doctorate if I wanted to. I didn't have to. I could get my EDS alone. So that's kind of the trajectory with both Night House and letters that we see blossoming to build this across the state. Is that, Laura, please help me if I said something incorrectly.
Yeah, I'm not 100% versed in the CALT process through Night House, but I trust your research in that, and that I do know that Night House and letters complement each other. I would not say that they are the same thing.
No.
Right. And I know you agree with that, which is why I feel comfortable saying that.
Absolutely.
But we never claim that anything is a silver bullet, and we know that it takes a menu in order to meet the needs of all of our kids, and we are proud to be the primary professional development provider, but we know that we are not all that it takes.
And whatever it is in that professional development that helps teachers understand that, basically that high quality instructional material, we need to find it and put it in every professional development. So thank you. And I just wanted to try to show how we are trying all to connect to the bigger ultimate goal here in Alabama. So thank you. I will thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you too.
All right, thank you.
And then,
Go ahead,
I'm
Dr.
sorry, Ms. Ziegler, if I might say just a little bit. So back to what Laura's doing with the colleges, that is very important. We would like to, I'm going to say 2 things that are going to sound like they're opposing points of view. So she's kind of working herself out of the job, because what we want to do is train every K-3 teacher, every pre-K-3 teacher in Alabama, and we want to train all our pre-service teachers so they don't have to be retrained later. So this will be done. But at the same time, she's not completely working herself out of the job because every year we will hire new teachers. And so that's one of the things I've been having to talk to legislators about, and our legislators have been extremely supportive. So I don't want to sound negative anyway, but they've been really good about providing funding to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. And so we've come back this year and asked for another huge bucket of funding, and we're going to ask for it next year, and the year after, and the year after. Now, eventually, the number will come down. because we'll have fewer annual teachers. But a few people have asked me, well, when will this go away? When will we be finished? Well, if we do it right, we'll never be finished, because there will always be new teachers being hired, and those new teachers need to be trained immediately. And our Alabama trained teachers, I really am in hopes that within a couple of years, if you're studying to be an early childhood teacher in an Alabama college, you're going to be getting letters. Now, as Laura said, it could be letters, it could be light letters. We don't, we've not said it has to be letters. But as you know, we're working with another outside group, the Barksdale Institute, to go into our colleges of education and help them align all of their early childhood literacy courses. Well, the science of reading, well, that's going to align directly with letters. And when they look at, well, is there something out there we can get that helps us do this? Letters is going to be one of the things. I won't say it's the only one, I have to be careful, but it will certainly be one of the things they will automatically move toward, because it definitely aligns with the work that Barksdale is doing for us too. So all these pieces are coming together, and it's just thrilling to see that. I know that our board members have been a little bit on the inside, and you can kind of see sometimes when the puzzle pieces are all out on the page, on the table, but they're actually only like 3 of the pieces connected, that it can feel overwhelming. But now we're getting more and more and more and more pieces connected, and you can see how this is going to be a truly beautiful and remarkable puzzle. And again, thank you, Laura, for joining us today and doing that. And I'll mute myself again, Ms. Ziegler. If I keep interrupting, Ms. Ziegler may have me muted from that side.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
I'm letting you see, Dr. Mackey, that I've worked with the Barksdale Reading Institute for the last 10 years with my work in Mississippi, and they are some fine people. They are very knowledgeable, and in regards to what Dr. Mackey mentioned about how long is this going to take, Mississippi's been working with letters for 8 years, I believe it is, the Mississippi Department of Ed, and for the first 3 years it was pretty much level, and then for the next 5, it has, as Dr. Mackey said, it has decreased because their internal capacity is stronger and there's just not as many teachers left to train because we've trained everybody. So that number does naturally decrease, and I do work myself out of a job a little bit. But I feel confident, like he said, that there will always be more people in need of the services that we provide. Just hopefully not as many, because I want them out there actually already serving students, just like you guys do.
Well, thank you again. We appreciate it. And Ms. Wolf, don't forget to send us that presentation. That would be very, very helpful to us.
No problem, we'll do.
Okay, thank you and goodbye.
Bye.
All right, board members, we're going to go on to the PCG report. Dr. Roller is going to.
Sure. One thing I'd like to
I'm
add
sorry,
that
go ahead.
I think we'd be remiss if we didn't thank Dr. Tracy Stritchett for the good
Yes,
work that she's
and
done.
Dr.
She served,
Davis.
yeah, she served as the bridge between the State Department of Education and the Let Us Learn program, and connected those 2 programs to the LEAs and worked really hard to recruit the teacher staff to the program.
Excellent, that's right. Well, and we appreciate that very much because that's not an easy task.
So Terry Roller is up next. He is our assistant superintendent. He wears many hats. He works with compliance monitoring, prevention and support. He works with charter schools and a whole lot of other programs. So he's here today to give us an update on PCG. Mr. Roller.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. So first, let me say good morning to Madam Chairman. Thank you for having me here today, this opportunity to present to Dr. Mackey, our other state school board members. Let me take a moment to say it's been a pleasure working with our 2 outgoing members, in case I don't have an opportunity.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you got to speak up just a little bit. When you look up, it's better, but it's a little bit quiet.
How's that? Better?
That's great.
Yes, to our outgoing members.
Excellent.
Yes, sir. To our outgoing board members, it's been a pleasure and an honor serving under you, with you, and supporting you in case I don't see you before the next meeting. I want to take a second to tie together a couple of the things that were mentioned in the letters report. Dr. Mackey is committed to success and excellence, and people that are industry leaders and they seek being the best in what we do Obviously, we are trying to move Alabama's position in how we perform on a national level. Dr. Mackey's been committed to that drive and being successful with that. We're developing protocols to help us get there, and we're committed to executing those things. And so I just really want to take a second to tie some of the things mentioned in the letters together, like the science of reading. We didn't used to talk that way. Letters. Connecting with the universities and developing a protocol to do the letters training with pre-service so that when they enter the field the next year or the upcoming years, they're ready. Those are industry standards and expectations that we're talking about, that we're moving towards making the way that we do business with education in Alabama. So I'm excited about that. Thank you, Dr. Mackey, as we continue to lead the way with industry standards, protocols, and expectations. So let me direct you to the presentation before you now. This is the PCG report that many of you are familiar with. We've been talking about PCG for a while now. And so what I wanted to do was just walk through and show you just sort of an update of what's going on now and where we are. So if you look at the first slide, you'll see that we have prominently listed across the top Alabama Achieves. That's our strategic plan. As many of you already know, and many of you are around, our strategic plan guides the work that we do every day. Everything that we've talked about today, innovative programming and the Literacy Act and incorporating the work with letters and the professional development for the local levels, all of those things can be found on subsequent pages in the Alabama Achieves strategic plan for the state. And so that's what we're up to. That's what we're doing. We're working on implementing the things that the team that was selected and put together and worked on the strategic plan has laid before us as our work. PCG came in the fall of 19, and they started meeting with and having conversations with stakeholders and educational leaders. PCG is the public consulting group, and they're a partner. We've talked about in the presentations that you've had earlier today, industry standards, expectations, educational support, educational partners, people coming in and working side by side with us as we lead the work outlined in our strategic plan and deliver these services, support, and leadership to our local education agencies. They present reports to the legislature. They were brought in by the examiners to look at what we're doing and offer suggestions and recommendations as we incorporate those best practices and industry standards. Professional development, as you would look at it. We are adding the best practices in developing individually as leaders within the State Department in our respective areas, whether it be teaching and learning, whether it be prevention and support, whether it be any of the other areas that make up the State Department. We're using the support of PCG to help us in our practice. So they issued a study. You've seen the study, you've seen the report. Here's a copy of the report. I think it was made available to our board members, so you can refer to your copy of the PCG report and the recommendations that were offered. And so from this report, we started working. Which way should I point?
That way.
That way? Okay.
Oh, you know what? I clicked it by accident.
Okay.
Now we're.
All right.
Sorry.
So from that report, we overlaid our strategic plan and we started working on an action plan for improvement based on everything that drives what we do daily with our strategic plan. Here's some of the recommendations that PCG offered us. There were 5 key recommendations. There were 46 additional recommendations, but with those recommendations being put in place, I'd be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to remind you that while all of this was going on, if you look down in the red, we were dealing with COVID. So our main priority and our main focus at that point was supporting all of our school districts, all of our superintendents, all of our staff, and most importantly, our families and our students. So all of us had roles that are designed by the departments in which we lead, the strategic plan, But then we also had an emergency triage role that Dr. Mackey and Dr. Boyd and Mr. Craig all worked together, probably with some of the influence and guidance that state school board members were bringing information back to the department saying, hey, you guys need to look at these areas as well. And we started triaging families and supporting them in ways that we never thought were really part of the way that we do business. We did a press conference via remote login from Dr. Mackey right before we started this. What a new way of doing business in Alabama. One of the things that we tried to do for a long time is create opportunities for some of our more experienced teachers to transition to do flipped classrooms and remote learning. Well, we had no choice once COVID hit. So now, in looking for a silver lining in all the things that we do now, you now have some of our most seasoned and experienced educational practitioners in the state incorporating and working with technology in their classroom. That's a silver lining. That's a positive thing that's come from this. So we're all being flexible and working towards incorporating whatever we have to do to be successful during COVID. That became our priority. There was an implementation phase of this plan that PCG worked with us in incorporating these recommendations. They wanted to create a master strategy plan with us as we were moving forward. They wanted to offer suggestions to develop sustainable change through planning. They wanted to help us be more accountable as we were doing the work that we were doing. And then we wanted to really look at shifting our culture from being task-oriented to strategy-based. And they said that's with a sense of urgency because there were so many things going on, especially COVID during this time. So in May of 2020, they established a working group. In July, they helped us complete our strategy and our action plan. And from July until now, the department, all of the different leadership within the department, we've met on an ongoing basis. There have been over 52 small group and individual meetings with the State Department staff to help us. So let's talk about what that really means. So PCG is not only an educational partner in helping us in what we do, we're doing the work, but it's also pretty neat to have another person, remember, outside agencies, industry standards, industry expectations, best practices, project managing techniques and tactics and tips. They bring those things to the table, so it's kind of neat as we're doing this work to have a group come in and say, well, have you thought about this? Have you ever, incorporated these types of practices into what you're doing? And probably one of the most exciting and beneficial things that I personally received is the professional development and the ability to operate more with a better understanding of what project management looks like. So industry standards, professional development, those are things that have come from these 52 small group and individual meetings. 6 working sessions. They helped facilitate those sessions. They monitored and supported us in the work that we were doing. They presented reports and updates to the state school board members in previous meetings, and they're helping us by providing technical assistance. Probably one of the most exciting things too, as we've been working on the work, is we do things remotely and use technology. So we've used the Teams application, and we've embraced that and incorporated that faster than we probably thought we would have been able to do it, and then actually added some apps that go along with it to help us with our planning, managing work, sharing work, editing work, and so really just a neat introduction of supporting technology as we're working together, because we're constantly modifying our staff, our meeting places, our meeting spaces, and how we communicate and collaborate with work. So that's been a fun part of it. So this plan to action that we helped develop, I want to take a second to talk about. I'm gonna go back and show you just a quick brief, here's a quick screenshot of it, but I'm gonna go back and tell you what all of this represents first. So this lists all of the activities and tasks that are associated with Alabama Achieves and our strategic plan. But I want to just go back for a second and tell you across the top of the page, which you probably cannot see, I can provide additional copies of anything that you need for closer detail. There's the task listed, then there's a manager, an owner, a consultant, a helper, and an approver. So there's a due date, to when that activity is to be completed, and then a status that tells you, are you on track, are you off track, what's going on with it. And again, those are business practices, industry standards, things that we haven't always done in public ed. We just kind of set our days randomly, or we know that school's starting or school's finishing, or we like to see something, or we saw a new way of doing something and thought maybe we should add this. Is it really connected? Who's in charge of it? Who's supporting it? Who's someone from another department that can help enrich this and make this better? So what we really loved about this support that they gave us on this while we were working on the work was, hey, who owns this? Who's the secondary owner of it? Have you thought about, collaborating with others in the State Department and letting them be helpers in consulting on this? So that was a very neat strategy and tactic that they brought to us. And so our tracker looks like this. They supported us with a template. You can see all of the activities, I'm sure. When you drill down close enough, you'll see work on the Literacy Act. You'll see letters in there. You'll see professional development in there. You'll see all of these things that we've talked about today. You'll see that the yellow column, very, very neat, the yellow column there, it really sticks out. That shows you that all of the things that were due in December are on track. And if you look off to the column right next to it, you'll see the person who owns the activity. And what I take from this as we're doing our work is that this is a new way that I'll do business probably from this point forward. Every assignment, every activity, every task, everything that we do from this point on, there'll be an owner within our division. So that when you want to know who's accountable for the success of this, well, Ms. West could say, Terry, who's the owner of this project? Well, the owner was Dr. Boyd. Okay, well, I need to see Dr. Boyd about what's going on and get these updates. Or he could say, well, I was the owner, but the manager is Dr. Davis. Well, Dr. Davis can give you the support on everything that you need to answer all of those questions. So we now have a new business practice of how we do work at the Department of Education. We had 13 tasks from our strategic plan, Alabama Achieves, that was paced out with our project that we had to be done with. And those 13 out of 13 are on track for December. Now, there are over 60 total. And what I will tell you is that as we're moving forward, each department is taking the tracker that you have and they're developing their own sub-trackers and subdividing the work on a lower level within their departments as well. So you will have eventually more tasks than the 60 that we have. And so it's growing every day. But currently for the ones listed for December, we're 13 for 13 on track. I want to, before we end and take questions, I want to draw your attention back to the logo that you've seen very prominently throughout the presentation. That's the Alabama Achieves logo. So if you go back to our strategic plan and you look at everything that you've seen today, Alabama Achieves is throughout everything that you see because that's driving the work that we're doing. Everything that we're doing right now is connected to and associated with the things that are listed as priorities in our strategic plan. And at this point, I'll take any questions. Madam Chair.
Any board members that have any questions for Dr. Roller? And just so you know, the presentation was in our packet. Any questions? I feel like I'm talking to the sleeping. I am.
Mr. Roller, like business and so first of all, let me say thank you all to every department, every owner, every manager that has embraced this in the middle of the most difficult time in education for our country, not just our state, but our country. So I just want to say thank you to every leader in this building and every office for embracing this report and being willing to work on this while keeping school going. Because I know that you've had an unbelievable mountain before you every day. But I would like to know, like business, we're all having to make adjustments. So do you feel like that you have flexibility built in? I know that we'll have to be having discussions about the strategic plan moving forward, because there are some targets in there that we may have challenges or hurdles before us due to COVID, and being able to achieve some of the things as in that first year, in that second year, in that third year, that pre-COVID we were pretty much on track. So will you be updating the board? Do you feel like you have some flexibility as you work with PCG? Are they helping you develop new targets, that sort of thing? And I'll hush and let you answer.
Okay. Thank you for that question. Madam President, I'm going to start with an answer, and then I'll also defer to Dr. Mackey and Dr. Boyd. I will tell you that the plan has been from the beginning that our strategic plan is a living document. So we have dates, and they're projected dates, and as we're moving down the road, we're working towards those dates. Unforeseeable things happen, and we have to modify and change what we planned initially. And so what we've done is we put the most important strategies and things that have to be done right now as we move forward with Literacy Act. Training has to be planned, it has to be scheduled, funding has to be allocated. There are things that we know that we have to do that, despite what's going on with COVID, we needed to move forward with it. But then there are other things that are essential, like expanding mental health. That's one of our goals for Alabama Achieves. We know that that's a priority right now for COVID. So that shot up to the top of the list. Literacy was already there, but now we're pushing mental health to the front because we know that if students aren't healthy and safe and comfortable, it's even more difficult for teachers to be able to do what they're doing. So we're shifting and moving around priorities, but that's always been part of how you do business with strategic plans. They're living and breathing documents. Dr. Mackey, I'll yield to you, and Dr. Boyd.
Well, 1.2 is the fact that 13 out of 13 goals were met at this particular point. So for December 2020, at this particular point, there are 13 goals that we should reach, and we're on target for all of them. And that's a testament to each individual owner and manager of a particular project. So it's all about working together as a team. I think the PCG effort has been a really good effort, particularly with the fact that we have periodic meetings where we share where we are, the obstacles that we're facing, and what strategies we will do to overcome those particular obstacles. So we have a good platform so far. It's been working well. Our next major deadline is May of 2021. Many of us have already started to work in that particular area. And even in our departmental meetings, I know the meetings that the Division of Instruction has, we talk about it each meeting that we have, and we have at least one meeting per month. So we have those particular discussions to make sure that we're all on target and that we all understand that we have to do all each other's brothers. We have to make sure that we monitor each other and provide assistance where needed. So personally, I feel real good.
And I can, I don't really have that much more to add as there are questions. It is, several board members have asked me, y'all asked me from time to time over the last many months about the progress, and it's time intensive. I don't want to, in fact, you guys can't see me. I had here in the PowerPoint. I think I might can get my video back up so you can see me at least while I'm chatting from nowhere. But it does take a lot of time. We work hard on it. I do a call that's about an hour and a half a week, and then usually I'm pulled into, on average, probably 2 other calls a week that are anywhere from 1 to 2 hours. But other folks are doing that too. So we each have a person. I don't know exactly how many people are on the PCG team working with us, but I'm gonna say there's like 8 there. And we meet once a month. And I'll have to say this. Now, some of you know I pushed back this summer and said, because we were meeting weekly with the whole team, our whole leadership team and their team, and we just couldn't keep that up. We did that for a couple of months, and I said, time out, we cannot do this. So we regrouped, so they've been really good about that. They understand that everything else that we're having to do. And we went to having those meetings just once a month. And then we have breakout meetings. So I have a meeting with just me and a couple of their team members, as I said, once a week. Other people have meetings with just their contact person on a weekly basis. And then we'll have group meetings. So one of the things we're working on right now that I'm attending is what we're doing with our teacher shortage. So we have our teacher shortage task force. We're working through that report still. As you know, we have another group that's working the quantity and quality roundtable. And so those are separate groups that are working. Well, they all need to be tied to our PCG report. So there's a section of the PCG report tied to that. And we've been meeting, Dr. Boyd and Dr. Langley and I have been attending those meetings too, among others, Jane Meyer and Siobhan Cummings. So it's a lot, but we do believe it's going to be, it's helpful. It helps us organize the work. They are not making any decisions, and I know y'all know that, but I want to say that clearly out front. Now they have, they don't make decisions. They make recommendations. We have taken some of their recommendations, and we have not taken some of them. Sometimes that we have to discuss that because there have been some things that they wanted us to do. The consultants that I said, no, that's not right. That's not the right fit for our department, for our state, for our time. It might be somewhere else, and it might be here in another time, but it's not for now. So we have very high quality, deep discussions. But I would tell you this, it's been said already, but if it had not been laid over the top of COVID, it really would have been I probably would have embraced it deeper at the beginning because it is a lot of work. But we have found a way again, as I say, we've pushed back, we've worked together really well. The consultants are excellent. They're all, I'd say they're pure-hearted. They want to help. And so we work through these issues. They'll be with us for, I forget how long the contract with examiners goes, but it's sometime, I think in 21 is when their contract is up. But our programming, kind of that plan Mr. Ruther laid out, actually goes with their deadlines through 22. So just to anticipate, we'll probably continue to, everything that needs to be done and every project that needs to be had won't be done at a certain time. And also, so I'll just say one other thing, and that is that sometimes you see red cells on here. Now, one of our board members, this is an inside story because Ms. West and I have talked about a podcast that she introduced me to and we've been listening to. And on one of the podcasts, Alan Mullally, who was the head of Boeing and then the head of Ford Motor Company, talks about when he came to Ford, that when they did a chart, all the cells were always green. Even when they had crises and they were losing money and they had problems that were being reported widely in the press, all the cells on all their reports were green. And so part of their company culture was you just always tell the boss everything's going well, even if it's collapsing. And that was one of the things he had to address was, if there are issues, let's make that cell red and let's all focus on a solution to that issue. So I'm going to give you an example here. This is one that again, I've talked to some of you about. Our website, you know that there was work on developing a new department website before I'm chief state superintendent. And the issues around our website, how large it is, how much information's on it, and how it's not really mobile friendly, were well articulated. So I inherited that project along with some others, the testing and several things. And that was one that first year we kind of just, okay, we're going to get to that, we're going to get to that. We got the report card done for the first time after 6 years. We got the testing done, and then we jumped on the website. And we kind of worked on it for a year, and that has floundered. You remember back in the spring even, we came to you, we did a presentation on what the company out of California had done. But we weren't real pleased with it, but they were making some progress, and it just, but it fizzled. They just have not done what we needed them to do. They did good work in other things. They've done other good work for this department and this board. But on our website, they were not getting it done. So that was a case where and that's also, we've added that on our PCG tracker, our website redesign. But that's a place where we said, okay, this is not working. This is a red cell. Don't call it a green cell if it's not. And we've actually changed contracts. We're not involved with that vendor on the website anymore. We have worked with AUM and gotten a couple of internal website developers, and they're doing amazing stuff. I looked at it yesterday. I feel like, from my perspective, they've done more in about a month than we had seen done in the many months before. So I feel good about it, but they've had to kind of start from scratch. There's lots more to that. I won't go into all the detail now. We'll talk about it after lunch. We can, but it just has to go back to my point. When you've got an organization this big that does this many things for this many constituents, there are going to be times when things are rigged, when things are not working as they should work. You have to identify those and move on. And I think, if anything, that is the key component that our work with PCG has helped us internally to recognize that, when something's not right, you have to own it, identify it, raise the hood and see what's going on, and come up with solutions. You can't just keep going, because we all know what happens then is other things start breaking down too. So it's been a good process, but it has been a lot of work.
Thank you, Dr. Rowland. Are there any more board questions?
Yes.
Ms. Bell?
Thank you. It's actually not a question, well, some questions, but, of course, people watching may not realize that this has been mandated by the legislature, and perhaps there's some good in the organization part of it, and just the professional development. But in essence, what you have is an outside organization from another state coming in and as Dr. Mackey in some ways telling our department what they think needs to be done. In speaking to other operations, State Department operations, and board members from other states, this is unique, and at some point, we hire people to do their job, and it has been mentioned that we have faced, and of course Alabama, it's also been mentioned, it's not alone, some very difficult times, unique times, things we've never had to deal with as a state or as a country, but we've been able to work through it. At some point, our managers need to manage, and I continue as a board member, I've never seen as many, they don't even have to do with COVID, but just complaints, concerns from parents and teachers and principals and so forth, where they're not getting the assistance that they expect and have experienced in the past from our department. These are definitely unique times, and it's not to say that we have wonderful people in our department, because we do, and they have done so much to try to assist. But on the other hand, yes, this opportunity to talk to other states, people who experience similar problems, and that is helpful. But at the same time, if you're not in the department, then you can't help these local systems. And of course, we cannot always go out these days, but we can assist in other ways. So how much has this cost so far? And at the same time, it has been mentioned, when will it end? I would like to know a definite answer with that. Is it 2021? Is it May? Is it 2022? Will it continue because the legislature wants it to continue? All of those things, that's the kind of update I would like. I don't need a PR campaign for PCG. I can go online and read all the great things about what they say about PCG, and there are some good people associated with them, we've met them. But the point I'm trying to make is, at some point, we need to be released to do a job. And if the people who are hired to do the job cannot do it, then they need to find another job. Because our salaries are comparable, and this reorganization should come from those who have been hired to organize the department. That's how it's been done well in the past, and we've had some problems, yes. But the point that I'm trying to make is, we need to have a release date. You can talk about all of these fluffy things, but at some point, the job needs to be done, and I don't see it. A lot of people, that's what I'm hearing out there, is that there's frustration, and they need help. They don't need some of the things. And yes, we do, and that's, I originally said, why don't we just contact somebody within the state, so thank you for recommending them, and I think we have talent in other areas in the state that can help instead of going outside the state. But anyway, that's my expression of frustration, but I'm also projecting what others have said with me.
Thank you. Any other board members? Dr. McCarty?
I appreciate so much this work and all the meetings and the time and the effort that's been put into this. Could, as a request, I know Dr. Langman is sending us a weekly status update on various issues that we've requested. Could we include these as the status changes? I mean, there's no need to send it out every week if it stays the same. But if, for example, there's movement on the website, if we could have what action has been done, just so we're kept in the loop of how it's progressing, I think that would be very helpful for us if he could just include that in his weekly update to us.
Okay. You can do it.
Thank you.
Let's write down my notes. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'd like to comment too. I think
Dr. Reynolds?
Yes, we're doing a lot of meetings, and there's a report of myriads of meetings and state superintendent's meetings. Are we getting input from the LEAs and the people in the field and the public and the legislature in the degree we're moving forward and becoming more effective?
Good question.
Sure. We are getting some input here, but I think it's important that we have to keep in mind that we're going through the coronavirus pandemic, and almost, I would say that 70% of the questions or the concerns that we're getting at this particular point is related to those issues, specifically whether the concerns with having in-person instruction, the concerns with having football games.
We can't hear.
I'm sorry, Dr. Stewart. I'll try to speak up toward the ceiling. So to answer the question asked by Dr. Reynolds is, yes, we are getting feedback, but I think we need to be clear on the fact that a lot of the feedback that we're getting is related to the coronavirus, and the fact that about 70% of our questions that we're getting and comments is related directly to the coronavirus. Things such as in-person instruction, distance learning, blended instruction, sports programs, and all of that. So getting a lot of feedback, but a lot of it is associated with that. Overall, though, just speaking personally from the questions that I've received and the feedback that I've received, I feel that we're doing a really good job of providing them with timely information and good information. The creation of the roadmap that went out early on during the summer was a really big step in the right direction, because it's so important for everyone to understand that each school district has local or indigenous factors associated with it. So you have issues such as the poverty level of the students, whether or not the district has the one-to-one initiative, whether or not there's people in the infrastructure that can handle a lot of different concerns. So the plan has helped, was the basis, the framework, the foundation rather, that helped the process get started. But yes, sir, Dr. Reynolds, we do get feedback from the State Department of Education. We're constantly monitoring the feedback that we have. We have at least one meeting one meeting a week with Dr. Mackey, where we share some of the bigger concerns, and we always put our heads together and come up with strategies on how we could better service the LEAs and deal with the concerns that come our particular way. In addition to having those particular meetings, we do have discussions where we talk about how we can fix problems, and it may be special committees that are put together to address those particular concerns.
I would add what I'm specifically requesting is that when we have contacts with LEAs, and several of the LEAs in my district have undergone extraordinary events, not only with COVID, but one of my districts has had the ransomware issue. Are we calling back and asking, did we answer your question? Is there a quality control process? You know, it's like when I visit physicians or I deal with certain things online, I get inquiries asking to rate the quality of service that various people provide. We think we're answering the question, but are we gathering some quantitative and qualitative data to determine if we're really answering the question we think we're answering?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, Dr. Elizabeth Davis and I had this discussion, and we were talking about the Huntsville matter a few days ago, and she was sharing with me that she was in contact with the superintendent, Dr. Finley, in that particular situation, and shared some of the conversations that they've had and some of the strategies that we recommended to her on how to handle things such as do they have to make up those days, and some of the issues related to technology. So yes, sir, absolutely. We do have those types of discussions and receive feedback.
I'm sorry, may I just share one?
Sure, Dr. Davis.
The one you mentioned, Dr. Reynolds, is a good example because small details are so critical. Like Christine, Dr. Finley was saying, you still cannot get emails, and so little things like making sure that those details, like sending her the midweek matters and those types of things to her personal email. So it's, like you said, it's those follow-up things to make sure details like trying to collect Chromebooks and making sure the hours are complete for the instructional or those kinds of things. And I think we've tried to split those based on the different areas and who they feel comfortable working with. But I welcome also that the thought of the collection of the qualitative, quantitative information, because I think we're all doing it based on those needs. So yes, sir, that's a very good point. Thank you for bringing that up.
And if you're going to communicate to the legislature and the public at home, they may or may not see the role of the State Department of Education, or in this case, the state board, that we're actively involved in these groups. And I think we need to be, Dr. Davis, more forthright and public in our presentation that we are involved, because recent announcements in not only that district, but many other LEAs in my district are disturbing, and they may not see that we have a role. And I know we're doing a lot of meetings, and sometimes the public and my perception of meetings are meetings, but they're not necessarily productive activities.
I think it's also important too, Dr. Reynolds, is that when we get our new website up and running, we'll have more information regarding things to help the school district and information about accountability. So we're in the process of updating the website, but we're going to make sure that we are able to provide a holistic service program to make sure that the LEAs feel comfortable by contacting us, and they feel good with the fact that we're providing ample amount of information to assist them.
And Dr. Reynolds,
The website, I got a call and contact this morning from Athens State University because they need somebody to sign on a bond issue, and they said they had great difficulty in locating me. And if that's, the website of all things should have contact information for we state school board members. And we've been talking about this for a long time, and we need to move forward and get it done.
Absolutely, and as Dr. Mackey mentioned earlier, we're moving full speed ahead with a new company that's going to get us on the right track much quicker, and a user-friendly website so that your information, as well as the information of other board members, will be so anyone can clearly get that information on our new website.
Okay, any other questions? I think since it's about 12:30, why don't we pause at this moment for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock. So everybody have a nice lunch, and we'll be back here at 1 o'clock.
Presentation, Terry. Thank you. I like this system. So, I mean, and it's me, I like to know who to call. And so, it helps me.
Education work session for the, after our lunch. And we welcome everybody back. We are going to move on to number 3, to announce the intent to adopt amendment Alabama Administrative Code. Dr. McCarty, is this yours that you're going to talk about?
Well, I can, but certainly Dr. Mackey can too, but
Dr. Mackey, are you going to address number 3, or are you with us?
Ms. Seager, I'm back. I've got to look at number 3.
It's about the FAFSA.
Can you say the FAFSA? Oh, yes, absolutely. So, although Dr. Boyd is here, I'm not sure if Sean Stevens is there with us or not.
Not yet.
Sean has been working, okay? He's not?
I haven't seen Sean yet. Have you ever?
Okay.
He was here.
He hasn't made
Well,
it.
he's been working on this.
He said he's coming back.
Let me give you a little background where we are, and then Dr. Boyd may be able to fill some things in too. So the FAFSA is a free application for student aid, which is a federal program that students have to complete in order certainly in order to qualify for any federal loans or federal grants. But more importantly, in many colleges, they have to fill it out just to apply for a scholarship. So it's a necessary thing that they do. Before I go on, I see that my video has come in late. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll keep going. Thank you. So we've been pushing the FAFSA completion for some number of years now. That's been a major project of ours. It's a part of Alabama Achieves, and we would like for every senior to complete it. We're not just talking about 4-year college. We're talking about 2-year college money also, and we know that many millions of dollars, you heard me right with an M, there are millions of dollars are left on the table every year in Alabama by our students who just don't complete the form, and they qualified for federal money to help them go to school. It might be to help them go to the University of Alabama, but it might be to help them go to Trenton State to get a welding certificate. So one of the things we've looked at, let me go back and say this, Christina Scott, many of you know, was the head of an organization called Alabama Possible that's located in Birmingham. We've had lots of work with Alabama Possible to try to push out FAFSA completion. Christina has moved and taken a comfortable job in Ohio, and they have just named a new director whose name slips my mind right now. Haven't met her in person yet, but we've emailed. But they're going to continue that work, trying to push out FAFSA completion in our schools. So one of the things we learned from our colleagues in Louisiana, actually their state board did what we're going to ask you to do. They made it a state rule that you have to complete the FAFSA to get a high school diploma. Now, before anybody panics, there's an easy out to that. Or, it's an either or you can have your parents basically write a note and acknowledge that they acknowledge what the FAFSA is, that you're giving up your opportunity and that you're not going to complete it, and then you graduate anyway. Very similar to what we did with the citizenship test. You have to pass the citizenship test, or you don't, but there's an acknowledgement that goes on with not passing it. So at least it makes it an opt-out. The standard is everybody fills out the FAFSA, and you have to opt out. But if you opt out, you would still graduate. Senator Lamar Alexander, as most of you know, has been very involved in education for years. Was the Secretary of Education at one time, and is a retiring senator from Tennessee, going out of office in January. He has made it his mission in life to get the FAFSA form simplified. It's pretty complicated. And actually, I read this week that he may get that done before he leaves the Senate in January, because that is the lingering thing. There are two things he wanted to get done before he went out. One is to reauthorize the special ed law, which is not doable in the next few weeks. And the other one was to fix the FAFSA. And he may get this one done. So it would be a much simpler form if he does, starting next year. Some parents don't want to do it, and I need to tell you that up front, because they have to enter their income tax information. That's a part of it. And some parents don't want to do that. But one of the things the U.S. Department of Ed has done is they've made that simpler, so that you can now, when you go in and do the form, you can actually link your student profile to your IRS account and automatically download some of the information. Again, and some people like that, some people don't. And if they don't want to, they do not have to do that. And certainly we've left it out here that if they don't want to do the FAFSA at all, they can still graduate. We had talked about this last year. It was on our agenda to do last spring, as with many things, but it just hit the back burner because of COVID. And the governor actually brought it up to me in November, and she said, you know, can we bring this FAFSA completion back to the front burner and discuss it at the December work session? In fact, just yesterday afternoon, she and I were talking, and she said, I'm not going to be there tomorrow for the work session, but are you going to talk about the FAFSA with the board? Will you let me know how that conversation goes? And so we are. Now, it would take a change to the code, obviously why we need you to act on it. And it would not be in process immediately. And the one thing that I am not able to answer, this is why I don't know if Dr. Boyd knows this. Again, I know Sean Stevens has been working on this, and Dr. Davis, who's still on here, but I don't know if she's ready to answer any questions on this. But obviously, we would not make this in place like for this graduating class in 2021. Again, I don't want to put panic in anybody's head. It would be some rolling in time, and I don't know if that's been determined yet, but anyway, that's the big issue. We can talk about what it means, and then the implementation timeline, if nobody has that, we will, we'll be sure to get that for you before we ask you to take it to a vote.
Dr. Mackey, according to the guidelines, it has an effective start will be the 2021 through 2022 school year.
Okay. Thank you. So the graduating class is 22.
Yes.
Sorry, Dr. Reynolds, I know you were trying to say something.
Yes, I'd like to continue with some points I was making. I got a call from Big Boy with business council this morning, and I had to cut it off because we were starting our meeting. But there are concerns about whether we are protecting the State Department of Education, our activities out in the public. I have concerns about the development of the website and prioritizing things on the website. For example, I got a call from a representative at the state to sign the document where they get a refund on some bond issue during the time the State Department controlled them, and he couldn't reach me. To me, there's no bigger priority for me as a board member than having our website updated where our information, our contact information is readily available for our constituency. And that has to be done. The other point that I was making about quality control is, for example, I went to UAD yesterday and saw a physician. I got a series of emails wanting to know what I thought about, and the person that treated me by name, the handicap access, the quality of the facility, the degree of response, and if I needed a follow-up. And I responded to those things. I do that, I get that from banks, from credit card companies, and from other persons that I deal with. I think we need to develop a mechanism in the State Department where we do some follow-up with people we contact with and not assume that we gave the right answer. I get a lot of, it's like Dr. Boyd called me last night, and I'd like to get able to comment on him about how late he was working. I told him he needed to go home. And those are the things I have to learn. And I will call, you know who Katie Brett is, Katie Boyd. Sure. And back, and we'll talk about some of those issues. And I have to go over, I don't know why I'm going to sign this document, to have the state to sign some document where they would get a rebate on bond money. And he told me that that had been signed by other board members before. But those are the kinds of things that I'd like to be able to deal with more quickly.
Yes, sir. So let me tell you, we'll certainly do that. I've been actually in touch with not Katie directly, but some BCA folks last night and this morning. They asked for our input on their legislative platform, which is really good. But I will say on the website, now we're obviously going to a new website. We're working on that. But I did go at lunchtime and try it myself, and the contact information's there. It takes 2 clicks. You go to the master site, and it says state board members at the top. You click on that, and then it says for board member information, click here, and that second click, and I got your email address and phone number. So if you could send that person from Athens State to me, I'd like to know what their issue was, what they were doing to try to figure that out. That'll help.
I'll go speak to them this afternoon and correct their perception. It may be they're incompetent. I don't know it's ours.
Well, I want to say that, but if I'll try to figure out what's going on.
And of course,
Yes,
you
sir.
know the situation that I mentioned about issues with the rating of information in the situation in Huntsville City, but I do think
Yes, sir.
we need to do a quality control and follow-up for the number of contacts we do with LEAs and other agencies to see if their perception of us is as good as our perception of ourselves.
Yes, sir. And I don't know that Mr. Roller is still in there, but that actually is one of the things we've been talking about is a quality control, at least for phone calls and messages that come in, to be able to track those and do some even quality. We're looking at quality control surveys. Y'all have all done those things when you call in and you get have you had you may be asked to do a survey at the end of this on the information. So our phone system currently doesn't allow that. But we have Cisco phones, and so we're working on what a contract would look like that we could do that. It can be done, it's just it'll be an extended cost. So, very good points, Dr. Reynolds. Thank you so much.
Dr. Mackey.
Somebody.
Well, Dr. Mackey?
Dr. Mackey.
Yes, ma'am.
And we have 2 talking.
Go ahead, whoever it was before me.
Dr. Richardson?
Okay, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Dr. Mackey, I may have missed it, but what did you say the rationale or the benefit would be of having all seniors complete the FAFSA? I don't think I heard that.
Sure, so it just makes it an opt-out. So they would, the standard would be everybody completes the FAFSA before graduation. And then if they wanted to opt out, their parents would have to actively say, no, we do not want to do this. And there would be parents who wanted to do that, probably hundreds of them, Dr. Richardson, but it would make it an opt-out rather than an opt-in. So right now, the standard is they don't complete it unless they opt in. And we would reverse that and say everybody completes it unless they opt out. And let me say this on your question too, not directly to your question, but how would they complete it? So in many states that do this, they're talking about completion in a class. So we have proposed that we would not stipulate a class. So for instance, it could be that this would be part of your senior government class. And we've talked about that, but the problem is, so senior government class, for instance, that's one of the proposals that was out there. Well, most people need to do the FAFSA probably, and I may misspeak here, but I think they actually prefer you do it like in the spring of your junior year. And so that might not work. And so then we've talked about, well, what if we did it in the junior English class or something? We think that it's better to leave that to local control. Let the locals decide what is the best way to offer that. Because some of them have mentoring class. My son has a mentoring class where they work on things like career skills, ACT prep, and mentoring issues, and they may want to put it in their mentoring class. So rather than us choosing the method, right now what I would recommend is we leave that to the locals to decide how they would best do that.
So it basically gives us an opt-out, but there's not really a benefit. I guess.
No, ma'am. There's no financial benefit or anything like that. Obviously, we do have students that are leaving money on the table. And we believe, and there seems to be some evidence of this, that sometimes students fill it out and they see that they can get $25,000 to go to junior college, and they had really not been planning to go because they couldn't afford it, but they didn't realize there was money available, and then they do go. So I think there'll be some of that. But I don't know, I don't have any empirical evidence before me. I actually think that Alabama Possible, again, has done some of those studies, but I don't have any of that right in front of me.
My experience has been that when students enter college and they have to do the FAFSA, many times they are held back because they have not completed the FAFSA. So it should be a benefit for students to complete it especially during that spring semester, so that when they decide to go to college, be it community college or four-year college, they would already have that information on hand and not have to scramble to prove that they qualify after they've been admitted to the college. So that, for me, is a benefit.
Okay.
Sean is here.
There are some parents who are not going to want to fill it out, but I do understand what you're saying. It gives an opt-out. Okay.
Mrs. Speaker,
Yes, Ms. Bell?
thank you. I like to express my opposition to this, not because of the principle and the goals, but because having filled it out for 3 daughters, and it was for reasons that had to do with academic scholarship, it is a great improvement. Any parent who knows that what it's like to fill it out knows that it does take a lot of time, and it does require a lot of information that frankly is normally private information. And you mentioned your taxes and the fact that you report a lot of information that frankly, because you're going towards the academic goal versus the financial part because of income. There are all sorts of ways that, yes, it can be used, but perhaps I can just see a lot of opposition from parents for all of the right reasons. I can see where you will have students who will miss out, unfortunately, because their parents won't even actually know about opting out, and then we have to deal with all of these graduation questions. Just because Louisiana is doing it, just because Lamar Alexander likes it, I really don't think that it's a route that we need to take, especially with everything else that we're dealing with. But mandating it, and then offering information are two different things. Yes, we need to have our guidance counselors assisting students at that point, and of course, the junior years where you start assisting them with the information. The senior years start, you're required with the FAFSA to start reporting if you're competing, if your child is competing for those scholarships. Again, whether it's financial or academic, that is still the same form that you end up filling out. It's a lot of private information, and I would assume that you would have to have a pretty big contract with somebody other than having our department personnel oversee that. I think the liability is great. I think we're going to start hearing complaints from other states, and I think the privacy issue is going to become a monumental issue, and frankly, I think the legal costs would certainly not be worth it. The fact that we can assist them, and we should, is another thing. But parents should make that decision, and not just because it's an anything to opt out, but that's asking a lot, especially when it's tied to graduation. Most of the children who are advised and helped, and they have a desire to take the next step, will be filling out those forms. And I'm sure that, Dr. Matthew, you probably fill them out. You know what's required. You know the headaches. And they change it every year. And you have to meet the deadline. Once they fill it out, that first year, as Dr. Stewart pointed out, they have to continue that. And a lot of them don't understand, but then we have all of this information. What do we do with it? Except for passing it on to the federal government. I just don't think it's something that we should enter into when we can't even ensure that our children are learning to read and they can't do math based on NAEP board. It's just, that's perhaps something we can push and promote, but they need to do it independently. I just do not support and will not support tying that to graduation, even with the benefits that we have experienced as a family. We've seen the benefits, but I also know it's not an easy task, and frankly, I don't want to share and wouldn't want to share a lot of that information either with the department or whatever steps that need to be taken. I just don't see a lot of support. That's not something I've heard from parents or even educators at this point. They encourage it, but I'm not hearing a demand. I'm hearing a demand for help with math and reading, and the support that you hear about, the request for support you hear about every day, which is of course COVID. But I understand the interest, I understand the importance, but I don't believe that that's something that we need to enter into at this point, especially.
Sure. So just let me clarify, nothing would be shared with this department. It would just, they go online and fill it out, and of course it goes to the U.S. Department of Education. And
It does.
but nothing is shared with our State Department of Education. We would not have any information from the FAFSA. It would not even come through a portal with us or anything. It would just go straight to the U.S. Department of Education.
But you would have to have the information that they have completed it in order to allow them to graduate, whether they have an opt-out form or
The high school would have to have that, that's right. The high school would have to have something on the transcript. It wouldn't come to, we don't keep transcripts at the department. But the high school would have to have something.
Mandate something like that where people have to provide that kind of information. And we've done it willingly as a family because it's been helpful in the long run and short run too. But my point being that, yes, I understand the full benefit, but at the same time, I think what we need to do is allow people to independently make their decisions. And it's not something that we can, I don't think we should tie to graduation, especially at this time. I just think that if we're going to require that kind of information, I just think that the liability is with us with that requirement. And again, we have records, we would have to have records showing that they had either done it or that they opted out. And there are a lot of parents, sadly, who wouldn't even take the time to fill out an opt-out form. And so I think the benefit to the students at this point, that's where I think the guidance counselors truly can be a help. But I at the graduation, making it mandatory or an opt-out. I think our goal needs to be different. I think our focus needs to be trying to focus on the things that they can and ensure that once they get there, that they can take advantage of it for good reasons. That they have reached that level of achievement, whether it's academic or financial, where they can receive the assistance. But let the parents take steps that are required, because they'll have to continue that every year if they have assistance that is ongoing. And I'm sure you've done that with your own sons, but that's not just limited to giving them the graduate, for the U.S. Department of Education or anyone to have that information, but we would have to follow up, and I think trying to gather that information for all of those graduates would be, but that's not my reason for opposition. I just don't think it's appropriate for us to mandate it prior to graduation. And then the fact that the Department of Education would have access to a lot of information because it's mandatory. Anyway, that's my position, and I'm not going to change. I think having been there and benefited, yes, I support whatever is necessary and required at this point, but it's not a fun process, and I don't think anyone really likes sharing a whole lot of that information. But you have to if you want to reap the benefits. But that said, I'm just not going to, I'm opposed to it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bell, I appreciate it. Did you, Dr. Roller or Dr.?
Dr. Roller.
Sean, sorry, Dr. Mackey, did you, go ahead.
Oh, sure. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to just come in and give you just a few brief statistics that will kind of maybe give the entire picture of the situation. Alabama's 2018 graduates missed out on $47.4 million in financial aid that could have helped fund whatever they wanted to do after leaving high school. One of the things I think that's really important to keep in mind is that with the Governor's Success Plus plan, as we continue to strive to meet those benchmarks of having a skilled workforce, no matter what that looks like, we have to have the pipeline and those pathways created for students and what will be their families to be successful. And so we have a lot of structures that already exist in place. We've been helping students complete their financial aid documents as long as there have been school counselors in our schools. One of the things I think that makes this really powerful is it sets a priority that we do want to help them continue their education, whatever that looks like. One of the things I used to say to my students is that college is anything that happens the moment you walk off of this stage with your diploma, right? To me, college was, of course, 2-year, 4-year, technical, all those, but it's also Walmart's assistant Walmart's assistant man. I'm sorry. How about now, Dr. Stewart?
No.
No.
Come here.
The microphone closer to.
But they'll have to unmute themselves.
Try something else, but I will say, I hear perfectly fine, so it may be a bandwidth issue on your end or something. Let's get him closer to a mic though and try it.
I'm even a former coach too. I can even do a coach's voice. How about this, Dr. Stewart? Is this better?
Well, it might be on my end because it's about the same for me. If everybody else can hear, it's on my end.
No, it was the same for me, Dr. Stewart. It's like he's in a hole somewhere. You can barely hear him, and it's not real strong.
It's just a little muffled.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. How about, is any of this better?
That's a little better.
That's a little better? How about, maybe this is. we'll eventually get this worked out perfectly. As we continue to help students pursue their passions, no matter what those are, anything that we can do to help prepare them for what life after high school looks like, I think is the goal of everybody who is part of our education family. Of course, to know that $47 million is a lot of money that was left on a table because students chose not to complete the FAFSA. We currently, the last 3 graduating classes, around 55% of the seniors complete the FAFSA, and that can be troubling when you think about the most 4-year bachelor's degrees, even in the state of Alabama, they're going to cost a minimum of $100,000. And those aren't exaggerated numbers; those are true numbers. And so, in order to be able to help them fund whatever their goals are, I think it's certainly worth pursuing. I have concerns about many of the things that have been shared here. One thing to note that we have a lot of systems already in place that help our schools with helping students and their families complete the FAFSA. No financial information is ever shared with our schools or the State Department itself. However, having another advocate there to help students and their families navigate something that many of them themselves have never completed, I think is so very important. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have related to this.
Well, I'm in support very much of this, although Ms. Bell, I certainly agree with you that I am hearing a lot of questions about math and English as well, and I would like to go back to number 2 at some point, so that we have more questions. But I would also say, I've chaired a scholarship committee for the College of Business at JSU for several years, and even for our merit scholarships, even for the Alabama Power scholarships and others that we have, leadership scholarships, if the applicant hasn't completed the FAFSA, they don't get in the applicant pool. So that is the minimum requirement in order to do that. I've also done research with colleagues at JSU on the effect of financial stress on graduation rates. We know that some of our colleges of education, our 4-year schools, that only about 10% of our full-time college students graduate in 4 years. So then we dug into why are only 10% graduating. And many of the times they're taking 2 and 3 part-time jobs, which then their classwork, their academic work suffers because of the time spent at work and away and out of the classroom. And so I would like to take steps to encourage more of our high school students to complete the FAFSA, but I'd also like, in agreement with Ms. Bell, I want to be assured that the information is kept private. And so whatever we could do to assure that, I think that would comfort the parents and the students if we can make that assurance. But thank you.
Ms. Baker, I'd like to comment on this subject.
Go ahead, Dr. Reynolds.
I believe that there are mechanisms for us to put this as part of our counselor instructional program, or leave it up to the LEAs to enforce these activities. But I think for the State Department of Education to engage in a modification of this level, I would not support. I'm familiar with the document. I've completed it with my children, my grandchildren, and I understand the stresses of trying to pay for college. I went to Vietnam to pay for my college, so I can certainly understand that. But the idea of pressing, and it's a liberty issue with me. In addition to that, I think there are other mechanisms to acquaint the students and their parents of the importance of this document. And the community colleges and other colleges can be a force in that, but I don't believe that it's appropriate for us to modify our code.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. Ms. West?
I was just going to ask if you could speak
Louder.
to, I was going to ask if Mr. Stevens, if you could speak to how cumbersome that process is now. When I began it with my oldest of 3, it was a difficult, long process, and we had never done that. When I finished with my youngest, it was much easier. We were cloning information. So could you speak to what the organization has done in terms of making that process easier for our families?
Absolutely, and I think that just the work that they've done at the United States Department of Education just in the last 5 to 10 years has helped make the process much easier for students and their families to complete. Just in the last few years, students are now able to use mobile devices to begin the process. Their families are able to do the same thing. There are fewer questions, and one of the key elements I think that has made it more accessible and easier is that families can import their tax information directly from the IRS website through that data, the data tool that will actually see that you're not having to rekey, making mistakes. If you've ever made a mistake on your financial aid application like I did, it delays everything, right? It can cause students to have their schedules canceled, and then all of a sudden now you're another semester behind. There are a lot of pitfalls that can happen in some of those things, and so I think we've seen a lot of growth and a lot of positive change in the process itself, and I think that it's going to continue. I believe there's a lot of appetite, even in DC, to make this easier for students and families to at least complete. And what Dr. McCarty said was 100% true. So many, both merit, academic leadership, performing arts scholarships, the very first requirement in order to submit those applications is the requirement of completing the FAFSA. And I think that's a change that's happened just in the last 10, 15, 20 years. I've even known of athletes, same way, that was one of their requirements from their school, that yes, you must also complete the FAFSA. And I think that you see that amongst lots of our post-secondary institutions. But the process itself is much easier than any that most of us would have ever been made to go through when we completed it. And that's helpful, and that's a positive step.
Dr. Rowe?
Madam Chairman, I just want to take this opportunity to say that it's always been a part of what we do in schools, and during COVID it's even more important for us in prevention and support as we tie with supporting all the needs of students, whether they're instructional or non-instructional. But I want to take this opportunity to mention Shantae Chapman, Talladega County Schools. Suzanne Lacey is the superintendent. I watched her do 10% of the graduating classes FAFSAs every year, and you can even complete it and sign it in about 22 minutes. And so I want to give a shout out to Shantae Chapman, who stepped up along with the counseling departments, the mentor-mentee programs, and the schools all over the state of Alabama that have taken upon themselves to support children on every level to create opportunities for them academically beyond school. This is work that we've always done, and it's still going on, but we need to remind folks to stay vigilant and keep doing it as we are dealing with the COVID situation and as we are emerging. Madam President?
Are there any more questions regarding number 3?
Mr. Ziegler.
Yes, Ms.
This is
Bell?
Stephanie Bell.
Can you still hear us?
Yes, I just want to reiterate, I understand the reasoning for the FAFSA. We have filled it out for 3 daughters for the tenure that it was required during their long education, and they had multiple degrees. So it was, and it was a benefit, and it was really academic. However, and I'm going to actually say, as Dr. McCarty has described, I had to work in the library, and I can tell you all the different jobs to help pay for my college. So at Auburn, and that was something that actually helped me after school get a job because I actually had work experience. But that said, the benefits certainly are important. But I go back to, and I think that Dr. Reynolds mentioned in one word what my concerns are, primarily having to do with liberty, requiring that it is something they have to do for graduation. The question is not the ease or the difficulty. The question is this something that should be tied to graduation as a requirement? knowing our student population and how diverse it is, yes, it should be an opening, an opportunity for them. However, I do believe that it should be through the counseling, as has been pointed out in Talladega, where it's already being done and encouraged and supported. And part of that is once they're in college, as Dr. Stewart has pointed out, they have to continue that process every single year. And certainly so much of it is they have to deal with the parents. Some of the students may be self-supporting, and of course that's part of that process, but that's a different part from what I've had to deal with our girls. But that said, there's so many things that we have to consider, and it goes back to personal liberty, questions of opportunity, but I think that we have a way to do it in place through our counseling and let the parents make that decision. I don't think we need to get into that opting out and requiring it as a part of our graduation, but make sure that we do our job and provide the information about the scholarships available, whether they're academic scholarships or financial, based on financial needs. That information should be shared regardless, and even if everybody filled out FAFSA, it doesn't mean that they're going to claim them because they have to apply for them as well. And so, that said, I'm still opposed, but I think you've already shared what I think we do, and that's part of what we're already doing. And that is something perhaps we can go to the areas where they do have that strong support and model that in the areas where they don't. But I just, no, I'm not going to for all the reasons I've already expressed.
Thank you. Any other questions or remarks?
Ms. Ziegler, if I may, so obviously, of course, it's harder not being there. And now I understand some of the frustrations that our board members who have to be remote feel. But it's good to hear the conversation. Obviously, it's something that seems like we need to continue the discussion on and spend some time on. If there are specific questions, I know Mr. Stevens was able to answer some good questions this afternoon about the money that is left on the table and things that are going on. I will tell you this, we've had conversations, as I mentioned, we've talked about this internally in the department, not this policy that's in front of you today, I prefer to clarify, where we talked about how we get higher FAFSA completion rates for some time. You know that we recognize, in a board meeting every year, we recognize the schools that have the best FAFSA completion. The very best is, again, this year, I think the highest completion rate is a school up in Lamar County, Mr. Newman. And so the people who are working really hard, as all of you may know. I know that in talking to the governor, though, I have to say this, and she's not able to join us this afternoon, she's very concerned about the money we leave on the table and the fact that we have transitioned to an economy where 2/3 of jobs now, and almost all of the good paying jobs, require some post-secondary work, and that we need to do something to move to move further. And as we've looked at other states, and I know she's talked to her colleagues and governors in other states, in states like Louisiana, where they did do something like this, where they made it an opt-out rather than opt-in, they did see huge growth in the number of students completing the FAFSA. I don't want to speak for her, obviously, but she can speak for herself, but I've had enough conversations with her to know that is something deep in her heart, that we need to try to expand opportunity for students by getting more of them to complete, and it's just an equity issue. So that being said, let us continue to gather some data for you. Maybe we could get some information from these other states that have done this. I know Louisiana kind of led the way, but I think other states have now. And ultimately, obviously, it'll be up to the board to decide what you think is the best way forward. What I'm hearing is everybody is in full agreement that the more students who complete the FAFSA, the better off our families are, the better off our students are, the better off state is, but a matter of let's talk about how we get there maybe. And that's why we put it on the work session agenda today. That's why she specifically asked me to put it on the work session agenda and talk with board members about what the issue is, because we know we have an issue. Our completion rates, as much as we've done a lot of things through school counseling, but we're not getting our completion rates where we want them. And so how do we move them further ahead? And with that, I will mute myself again, Madam Vice President, and ready to move on when you guys are ready to move on.
Yes, we're going to go ahead and move on. Don't go far. Move on to number 4. I think this is the time we're going to go into the math textbooks and status report, and so we're on. And I have not forgotten number 2. I have myself a note here, but we're sort of on a forward movement. So I just wanted to let y'all know that we are right now at number 4.
Good. Thank you, Madam Vice President. So I'm here to share an update status report regarding the textbook committee. Share some information at last month's work session, but since the work session, a lot of discussion have occurred, particularly some comments were made and some issues were brought up during the work session, and I want to share those issues again and share the solutions that we have come up with. But prior to that, I want to share the steps in the textbook adoption process. Of course, step 1 is revision of the mathematics course of study, which that was done. We sent out invitations for bid, with the deadline being February 14th of 2020. Appointment of state textbook committee. We have 23 members, including our chairperson. The textbooks were reviewed. We have public input. And our next step is to recommend that list to the state board for adoption or approval.
A little louder, Dr. Moore.
Sure. So what I will do is speak up to the ceiling, and I'll try to cover this as best as possible and cover it as loud as possible. So the work session that we just had last month, we talked about a lot of different things, and some good points were brought up during the session, which included assisting LEAs in making informed decisions, because not all LEAs have the capability to have a large number of teachers to participate in a local adoption process, clarifying the quantitative status of the scores, expanding the number of scoring categories, because early on we had only 2 categories. One category dealing with alignment to the NAEP, the other one with the alignment to the course of study. Also, there should be a means or process to reject the lower scores of the math textbooks. And also making sure that we have high quality finite math textbooks for students across our state. And the scheduling of mathematics textbook caravans was a discussion point, and providing more comprehensive information to LEAs in a way that they can understand and make informed decisions. And also adhering to the guidelines with the hopes that we'll be able to have new textbook in the students' hands in August. So let's talk about each one of those items in detail. So the first thing is assisting LEAs in making an informed decision. We first have to look at the goal of the textbook committee. We have pulled together the best and brightest teachers across our state to serve on this particular committee, and they took a lot of time going over the textbooks, using scoring guides and rubrics to make sure that they were able to adequately score the textbook in the different categories. So initially, early on, we had only 2 categories. We added additional categories, which I'll go into detail a little bit later. 2 of the categories we added, 2 of the 3 categories dealt with numbers. So in those particular cases, we had a total of 4 different numeric values for each textbook. 4 seems a little overwhelming. So what we did is we came up with an added column, which would be the average of the mean score for the quantitative value for each textbook. So you'll have one score which deals with alignment to the Alabama course of study, another score that deals with the alignment to the NAEP, third score which dealt with the rigor and usability of the materials, and the fourth score dealt with the technology use of the materials. So those 4 scores are added up together, divided by 4, we have an average score, which will help the LEAs to determine the quality of the material. So here, in a nutshell, those particular scoring categories. So the first 3 categories, which are not bold, they're in a smaller print, tells what we already had before. Again, the alignment to the course of study, the NAEP standards, and the supplemental information. So let's talk about that. With the supplemental information, some of the textbooks are considered comprehensive material, which means you could use it from day 1 to the last day of class and covering all the content based on the course of study for that whole year, that semester. It's a high school block course. But some material are supplemental information. So in those supplemental information, it may cover a particular topic like fractions at the 5th grade level extremely well, but some of the other material doesn't cover well. Because some of that material is considered supplemental information, we wanted to make sure that the LEAs were aware that this book may be good, but it's just supplemental information. So that column highlights that information. Another add-on, which was suggested by the committee, we had this discussion during our last work session, is that quantitative information is good, but a number is just a number. Sometimes having words actually take the abstract and makes it concrete. So by having this extra column and having comments about the books, the pros, the cons, really helps in allowing our LEAs to make informed decisions. And of course, the last two categories dealt with the rigor and usability of written material and the coherence and usability of digital materials. So let's talk about the second last category, rigor and usability of written information. Speaking with Dr. Jones and the members of the textbook committee, I think it was Bonnie Jakes and Becky Boykin talked about the fact that it's really important, particularly with our NAEP scores, that we want to make sure that there's rigor in the material. And it was referenced back to a nationwide risk report which came out in 1983 that said our curriculum is an inch deep and a mile wide. So that rigor is really important to make sure that the content is appropriate, is at an appropriate level, so that we can improve our scores in math, reading, and all these other subjects, which is why we have this extra category. And the last category, coherence and usability of digital material. Well, COVID has created a new normal for us. That being said, we're hopeful that the vaccine will be out next week, and we're hopeful that if not all, but a large percentage of the population will be vaccinated by late spring. News reports say that will probably happen. But we really don't know. Perhaps there might be another pandemic down the road, which means that we need to be prepared for it. So it's very important that we consider the fact that the material that we have for mathematics, that it is, that we can use it in a digital format, which is why we have this added category. So next category, topic was the rejection of the mathematics textbook. It's really important that we have a way to reject the math textbook, and the committee agreed on that, and there are some textbooks that will be rejected on this particular report. It was also mentioned during our work session that have we considered third-party groups to look at the information, and third-party information. We have included Ed Reports, which is an independent nonprofit group designed to improve education. We've looked at some of their materials and used it in our comments and made a comparison of it and what we had when we wrote the comments for each individual textbook. Selecting high quality finite math textbooks, there was some concerns about the quality of the finite math textbooks. By adding the other three categories, the score of the finite math textbook was above the cut score. So the finite math textbooks were not at the bottom of the list, and we're really proud of that fact. Also, the scheduling of caravans. I received a call about that after the last board meeting, that the caravans were scheduled at different regional in-service centers. So what we did is we contacted that particular group and made sure that they were aware that we cannot have any of the caravans until it was voted on by our state board, and we're able to reschedule those. Also, we received a considerable amount of questions from the LEAs, and we were able to group them into different sections and synthesize them. So some of the questions we try to incorporate our answer in the comments that we provide for other textbooks, but a large number of them we categorize in those particular questions that was provided to us by Dr. McCarthy. And we went ahead, actually Becky Boykin sent out those particular questions to the middle school mathematics textbook companies, and we followed through with that and sent it to the elementary and the secondary companies there. So I'm going to show you an example of one of the companies. We received about 10 of them already, and we expect to get responses from all 16 companies. But this is just one page of one of the companies that sent us the feedback on that. And I purposefully blacked out some because I didn't want to share with you guys or with the public which company that was. But this particular company had 28 pages of information to answer those particular questions. And this will help our LEAs tremendously because these are probing questions, these are clarifying questions, and it really get to the heart of the matter how good their materials are. So the textbook companies can share this during the caravans and give it to the LEAs so they can have an added tool aside of the 4 quantitative values we have in our scoring rubric and the comment section. So another tool for use there. Again, as we talked about before in our last meeting, it is so important that we adhere to the established timelines. We want to make sure that we have textbooks in our boys and girls' hands for the start of this upcoming school year. Textbooks that are very, very much needed. So let's talk about the overall rating of the textbooks. There are 3 categories that are listed here. If a textbook has a score between 3.5 and 4.0, then we classify it as a strong. And of course, would be recommended for it to be approved by this board. If it has a score anywhere between a 2.50 and 3.49, it's a moderate. Again, we will request that this is approved by the board. However, if a textbook has a score between 0 and 2.49, which we classify as weak, we would recommend that this textbook would be rejected. So this is the synopsis of the different outcomes, or the 3 outcomes we would have with each individual textbook that would be recommended to the board. So here's an example of the information that our board members have received. In this particular case, and I want to make sure we clarify this, the information that's written in the comments actually exists for a particular company. It does not match the score, nor does it match the textbook company or the textbook publishing company that's on the far left. The whole purpose of doing this was to make sure that we were able to convey to everyone what it would look like. So as mentioned before, if you look at column number 4, it has the course of study alignment. Again, this is related to our Alabama course of study standards. These are Alabama standards created by Alabama teachers for the use with Alabama students. The next column there is the math practice standards. We call them practice standards, but it relates directly to the standards that are part of the NAEP. Next, we have a classification on whether it's supplemental information or not. And you can see whether if it's no, then it's, of course, it's a comprehensive book which is intended for use for the whole course. The next column is the usability and coherence of digital content. Again, with COVID, we want to make sure that in the event we have to go to a digital learning platform, that this book can be adapted in that particular manner. Regular usability of written content also has a score there. So we went 2 significant digits beyond the decimal point for each individual score and also for the overall score. So as you can see, the first textbook has an overall score, or average rather, of 2.69. Then we have 2.61, 3.23, and it goes on and on for every single textbook. So we've gone from giving a little bit of information to a whole lot of information, which will enable our LEAs to make an informed decision regarding the textbook for this upcoming fall. So here's a timeline. Again, this is different from our last meeting here. We changed it because we want to make sure, that we put every single thing in place so that this can happen before August of 2021. So for December, this month, the recommendations are made to you all in early January, which is actually January the 14th. It's actually mid-January. The Board of Education will hopefully approve the recommendations made by the textbook committee. In mid-January, we will start the caravans back up. Some of them are still scheduled because it was scheduled after our board meeting. But those 2 that were scheduled before the 14th, we'll go ahead and reschedule those and get everything moving forward in the right direction regarding that. In mid or late January, the ALSDE will communicate the textbook process to the LEA so they can get started on that. In late January, February, the LEAs will begin their own local process of adopting textbook, which we'll probably use for the next 6 years. And then in April or May of 2021, the LEAs will complete the local adoption process. Hopefully around May of 21, they will go ahead and complete the purchase order. and order their textbooks with the understanding that they will arrive at the LEA, a local educational agency, prior to the start of school in August of 2021. This is an ambitious timeline, but I feel that we can do this. Hopefully everything will go well with the presentation today and the adoption in January, so we can actually meet the goal of having textbooks in the students' hands this upcoming school year. Okay, this clicker's not working, Charles.
Oh, I'm texting about you're gonna speak up, sorry.
Okay.
I'm getting texted.
Advanced slide. I'll be truly remiss if I did not recognize the outstanding work of our committee. We had some very, very, very dedicated individuals across our state who developed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours, not to mention the work that they did over the Thanksgiving holiday and the weekends that they worked, even as recently or as late as 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning 2 nights ago. But we're really appreciative of the good work and the dedication. Becky Barton was our chairperson. She's a governor appointee, and she led the group extremely well. Truly, truly appreciative of the outstanding work and commitment provided by this particular team of ladies. Finally, I would like to kind of go over that whole process again and how we're working to assist our LEAs. We heard loud and clear at our last board meeting, our goal is to make sure that we provide as much assistance to the LEAs so that they can get the best textbooks in the hands of the boys and girls in their respective districts. That being said, the usability and coherence of digital content, that was something that was added. We did not have this early on, so we added that. The relevance and rigor and usability of written information, that was also added. We also added a column with the average score to make it easy for the LEAs to see how the different textbooks compare to each other. Numbers are numbers. 2 plus 2 is always 4, but words mean a whole lot. So we're able to add qualitative information, descriptions about the material, the advantages, the disadvantages, and answer some of the questions the LEAs had about the materials in the comments. Moving over on the right-hand side, another data source is the rejection category. It's quite clear that if it's rejected, then of course it cannot be purchased with state textbook dollars. So that's really important. That eliminates the likelihood, eliminates the period, not likelihood, that a school district will purchase a select week textbook. Also, third-party data source, we included that, so it's not just our teachers, it's collective information from individuals across the country. Comprehensive questions and answers from publishers. As I stated before, one particular publishing company had a document approximately 28 pages long detailing some of the questions that was forwarded to one of our board members, but we were able to incorporate that and allow the textbook companies or publishers to answer those questions because they know their product extremely well. And also, we would have added color-coded categories as shown in 2 slides before this one, where you have the colors of red, yellow, and green. So that concludes my presentation. I'm glad to take any questions you may have regarding the work of our committee and our State Department of Education.
Are there any question, board members? Dr. McCarty? I know you are.
Well, thank you, and thank the committee. I don't know if they're listening in, but
Yeah.
thank y'all. But I want to make sure that I understand the process. If this is approved in January, at the January 14th meeting, then my understanding from state law was then the textbooks have to be let. And only after the contracts are done, then we can release the rubrics. And so again, my fear, and this came up from one of my LEAs, was they don't want to go to that textbook expo that is going to be at each one of the in-service centers without this information first. They want to have the rubric scores first in those 4 categories. Many of mine, the only thing they cared about was alignment to course of study. So we're not just gonna give them the, so I'm asking two questions. One is the timing of when they will get this rubric, and two, is the rubric going to have, is it going to look just like this?
Okay.
So they will not just see I don't want them just to see an average score. I want them to see, some of them are going to care more about course of study alignment, others are going to care more about rigor, others are going to care more about technology. So I would like for them to be able to see if one has a score of 3.8 with alignment, but 1.5 with technology. But if alignment matters more to them than technology, then they might want to go with that textbook, or at least gather more information at one of these expos. Whereas if it has a 1 with course of study alignment, but a 4, and it gave it a passing score, so to speak, they're going to reject that if they care. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, that's very
So I'm trying to give our LEAs as much concrete information as possible in time for them to use it, to study it, to digest it before they go to one of those expos.
Absolutely, and that's a good question. But to truly answer that question, I think we need to cover the legal process step by step. So after this particular part where we have a resolution here, you guys will consider the resolution, consider the information that I have here. At that particular point, we have to make public. We have to make public the results of what has been done here. But not all of the columns will be shared. So columns 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. If we go back to the presentation itself, and I'll back this up on the slide here so you can actually see it on the screen here. Not all of the information will be shared. So column 4 is alignment to the course of study. That number will not be shared. The math practice standard number will not be shared.
I don't want that shared.
Yeah, we don't want that shared. That's right. So it has to be posted for 30 days before the board votes on it. So we have to post this on Thursday.
Right.
So tomorrow, all of this information will be posted with some of the information missing on this here. So again, the rubric as it stands here will be there, but you'll have the heading on the column there for course alignment, but you will not have a score. The math practice standards, you will not have a score. You will not have comments, nor will you have a score, the last 2 score. But the last category, overall review score, instead of having a number, that there will be a color that's being listed there. So you'll have a color that's green, yellow, or red. So everyone will have access to that information. We cannot post the comments of the score until we have signed contracts with the publishing companies. So we can't have a signed contract with the publishing companies until the board votes on this recommendation. And again, hopefully that will be in January. And at that particular point, then we can have that, then we can share the scores.
So again, like you had mentioned that some of the expo dates were already set, but if they were after January 14th, you didn't move them. And I appreciate so much that you took that step and did that. I appreciate that for the ones that were prior to that. But I guess my concern, or what I want to be assured of, is that the LEAs have plenty of time for that entire rubric filled out completely, every cell, that they've got this for every textbook that is approved before they go to that expo. And I don't know what the time difference is between, let's say that we did vote to approve it. So we voted on January 14th. What's the time period between the vote and the contract signing? And then how quickly can we get this information to the LEAs after the contracts? I don't want the expos coming before they have this complete information. I want informed LEAs.
Absolutely. So to answer your question, this chart is completely and already filled out. The textbook committee has done their work, so it's already ready. So that part is set. The bigger question is how long will it take to, and you asked that question, how long will it take for us to effectuate the contracts? It shouldn't take long at all. I mean, as soon as we vote on this, as soon as the board votes on this process, then we'll do it, we'll turn around as quickly as possible, with the understanding that our goal is to get it in the hands of the LEAs as soon as possible.
I
Dr. Boyd, can I understand that you can get the contracts done within 24, 48 hours, so there will be a minimal delay in getting all the data to the LEA?
Dr. Jones, you know how long it takes to?
Okay, I was gonna say, once you all vote on it, then we have to send that contract back to the company and they have to sign. That contract comes back to us, you have to have the governor's signature on it. There's several signatures that has to be gotten on it. So I don't know if we can do a 24-hour, 48-hour turnaround because it goes to our accounting. They do different things or whatever, so it's not going to be that quick of a turnaround on it.
But
I mean, we can try to,
we can walk it through.
accelerate it, yeah.
And we can work with someone from the governor's office to speed up as much as possible. We've done some pretty quick work with contracts that need to be done in a short period of time, and I think we can do that. We'll do our very, very best to do that.
I think, if I may weigh in, and I don't want to say much, because Dr. Boyd's he is the workhorse who has this done. That's a very good question, Dr. Reynolds. So it's not a contract, just make it clear, it's not a contract between just our department. This is a state contract, and of course all state contracts have to be issued by the governor. So it will take some time. As I said, we walk it through. We've already laid a lot of groundwork so it can be fast. But I want to be clear, Dr. McCarty, your question's really good, but the truth is this, that you got two things that I don't know that both of those can happen. So we can get them the rubrics, the contracts, and those things if the board approves the list in time for them to purchase textbooks, have those textbooks delivered and ready to get into classrooms in the fall of 2021. But I cannot say to you that we can do the contracts and then after the contracts send them the rubrics, give them a couple of weeks to internalize the rubrics, and then do a show with the textbook companies and still get their textbooks in before 2021. What I would say is probably you've got two things. For the districts, and now I know you're hearing from some, but I have heard from dozens of districts who want us to move fast because they want to go to those shows and they want to order their books. You do not have to go, those are multiple platforms. And so for instance, the one that's going to be in Huntsville, if it's, January 20th, but there's another one that's going to be in Birmingham on February 20th, they can go to the one in Birmingham. They are not required to go to the one in their in-service center. So they can go later if they want to. We could probably even hold one at the end of the semester for school systems who said, we want to wait and buy our textbooks in 22. We are not going to try to buy textbooks for fall of 21. But my concern is that if we hold the whole process up for the few districts that might want to wait until 2022 to buy their textbooks, I worry about that because a lot of them want to buy textbooks for this fall of 21. And to do that, we're going to have to move expeditiously. And so they may end up having, I know what they want. I hear what you're saying, but they may not get that. They may have to say, I'm going to get the part of the rubric I can. I'm going to go to the trade show and hear what the textbook company says, but not make any commitment to them. Then I'm going to come back and compare that to the rubric. Maybe I follow up with the textbook company with more questions, or go to a later show, go twice, and then make a decision. But we are on a very tight timeline. And I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. I just want to be the bearer of truth, though, and that is the truth where we are.
Well, Dr. Aki, the governor will be sitting as chairman of the board.
And I know that the textbook committee, they took to charge what we asked of them. They came back and redid it again when we had questions and wanted to know. I have a two-part question. With all the work they did to complete this, what needs to change so that it doesn't happen again? Because our schools, our districts, our systems deserve to have every bit of information that this textbook killed themselves over to compile and then not get it into the hands of those that need it. So what is the barrier that we need to change this? And then also there's been some talk about what happens if some of these books are rejected? Is there an issue that happens with those publishers? So we need to find out what are the barriers that are keeping our systems from getting as much information that the textbook people work very, very diligently on to give the systems the best information they have, because as we well know, it's going to have to hold them true for, could be 7 to 8, 9, 10 years. So I really want to know what is the barrier to keep this from being put into people's hands that need it.
Well, that's a good question. Number one, the process that we use this year is totally different from what we've used in the past. So in the past, we used only alignment to the NAEP and alignment to the course of study. Of course, during the first meeting when Ms. Becky Boykin was there, some concerns were brought up then, some suggestions were made, and of course at this last work session, a whole lot of concerns were brought up there. So we integrated all of those things to have the document that you have here, which will allow our teachers and our LEAs to make much, much more informed decisions in ways they've never been able to do so in the past. So we've laid the groundwork this year, which means that next year we could use this same template, but start it up a little bit earlier, and hopefully there won't be any concerns.
But it still does not get this into their hands if they have to wait till the contracts are signed before they put this, before all this information is given.
They won't have all the information.
And that's critical.
But they'll have some of the information.
Not enough.
They'll know whether or not it's has a green ranking, which means strong, moderate, or weak. It's some information. But keep in mind, as soon as we vote on it in January, then at that particular point, then all the information, and of course we get a contract signed, then we have a whole lot of that information in there. So they'll be able to make informed decisions. There's nothing wrong with them going to the caravans, making notes, specific notes about this company and this company, holding on to that information. When this comes out, matching side by side, they said, aha, I have a correlation in this particular case. This, I was impressed at the caravan, and this rubric that the State Department has and the board has approved, it matches perfectly, and this is the book I want to go with. It's not a perfect situation, but it's still a doable situation.
But the caravans are run by the publishing companies. The publishing companies have millions of dollars at stake. I don't know that we couldn't ask if we make a real, an accurate, and Dr. Mackey, I appreciate you for telling us the truth, that it might not happen as quickly. If we talk with the governor and we believe that the contracts will be done at latest by February 1st, then postpone the first caravan till February 1st. If you're a publishing company and you got this at stake, I think you'd be willing to push off till February 1st and maybe do 2 or 3 a week.
Possibly not. Keep in mind there's money tied up. There are reservation fees, hotel, and all those things are there. I'm not sure whether or not there's a cancellation clause. And typically you have a cancellation clause in the event of a natural disaster. This is not considered a natural disaster. However, I can check with them to see if that is the case, and I can contact you all and let you all know that it's the case there.
I'm thinking millions and millions of dollars of textbooks. Every single student will have one of these math textbooks in the state of Alabama. How many students do we have in the state of Alabama?
742,000.
Okay, 742,000 times what? Like $100 a textbook. That's a lot of money. I think they could afford a cancellation fee.
Mrs. Ziegler.
Yes, Ms. Bell?
Well, going back to, first of all, the comments about the money, textbook publishers, those in charge are very wealthy. And yes, money is really at the heart of it. You asked the question, what can we do to change this process? I think we need to go back to the legislature and make some requests. I think the sunshine needs to be shown. I think that we need to provide that some more exposure so that Alabama doesn't end up with sufficient textbooks. And I think that as far as waiting, this is about the children in the classroom, the teachers who have to use those as teaching tools. It's not about, if they have to cancel their room reservations, there are time limits, yes, and we've had to do that for various reasons. I think that you can do that and maybe reschedule, but the bottom line is, frankly, I don't really care about their inconveniences. What I'm concerned about is getting the best textbooks into the classroom. It's already been pointed out that once they're there, they usually stay for a very long time, way too long usually. And we need to make sure that the content is academically sound, because so many teachers do rely on the textbooks more so than the course of study. But as of course we know, the course of study and the textbooks have to be aligned. And if there are deficiencies in either one, we don't need to wait 6 years to try to correct the problem. We need to do it now. And this is perhaps the best time, with all of the issues we're dealing with in regard to COVID and the sacrifices that have already been made. I think we owe it not only to our children and teachers, but also to the taxpayers who pay for those textbooks. We need to make sure that we are getting the best. And I don't think that we need to cater to those who are the vendors. We need to cater to those who are the ones who pay the bills and have to use it. So listening to that, I don't care how much we have to delay it if we're going to get the best. That's what we need to do. And whether it's an inconvenience for those who benefit financially, I don't really care at this point. I think that, and that's where we've been too long. We've been catering to those who make some money and not those who need the help. And that's all I need to say. But if we want to change the process, if we want to be able to provide some exposure to the quality, the lack of quality, then we need to go back to the legislature and make sure that that can be provided. They try to blame us for things. This is one that we need to put at their feet, and we need to make sure that they correct the problems that are there, and we need to do it immediately.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Ms. West?
Ms. Ziegler, wait a minute.
Oh,
I agree with the comments about the delay of the caravan. Right now, the governor has a mandated mask through January 20th. I'm not sure we should not be telling these caravans, these people that make money, as Ms. Bell so clearly delineated, that they should wait. Our role is to provide the best textbook, not accommodate those people who are selling the textbooks.
Ms. West? Thank you, Dr. Reynolds.
Yes, Dr. Boyd.
Sorry.
Hope y'all can hear me. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, I'm thinking through the districts. If this were adopted in January, and the full document with the full body of work is provided to our superintendents, is there anything that we could do now to begin preparing those superintendents for all of these additional steps that we've made to help them have more information? Obviously, they're not all listening to this meeting. I hope Ryan Hollingsworth with SSA is listening and possibly could explain to the superintendents all the work that's been done, what's coming to them, so that they could prepare their local textbook committees as those are appointed. I'm thinking back to my local days, and I think we appointed right after the holidays, and then they began meeting. And so I'm just asking, are there things that we can be doing to help them have more information so that they're really prepared and ready?
Absolutely.
When we get this to them, and then we can go to the legislature maybe in the spring and work through this so that we're prepared better for English language arts, which will be our next round.
So this is two questions actually. The first question is yes. Every week Dr. Mackey puts out a midweek matters, and it is a lot of information, some strategies, information about what's going on. And this would be a perfect platform to share with the superintendents that this information is coming out. It's nothing like it was before. It has a whole lot more information. It's a user-friendly document that can help them select the best textbook. And your second question, how will we use this, or how will we be prepared next time? Absolutely. Keep in mind, when the textbook committee met the first time, we were operating under a guidebook that was used years before. It was through the dialogue with this board that we changed the whole process, which what actually put us behind, because normally this would have been approved in December, and the issues that we're talking about now would not have occurred.
And I appreciate that.
It's water on the bridge, and I'm glad that we were able to make this change, because we have a much, much better document which will help us for mathematics, but not just for mathematics, all the other textbooks in the near future.
Sure.
So, but hindsight is 2020. We're going to use this information and move forward with this, with the understanding that we will communicate in the midweek matters to the superintendent, and this is considerably different. We work really well with Dr. Ryan Hollingsworth at SSA. He'll be able to share this information, because he puts out a memo, some information out to the superintendents on Fridays. So we're going to get it covered. We're going to be able to share that information with the superintendents.
My natural concern is in District 2, I have 4, I believe, new superintendents. I know that they are so overwhelmed with not only what they're learning in their new role, but also COVID. And then you throw in this textbook adoption, and it's being done quickly because they've got to get books ordered for the fall. So I just want them to know what we're doing so that we haven't done all of this and then they don't use it.
Absolutely. And in the midweek matters, we'll make sure that we put names in there, including my name, Dr. Jones, Sean Stevenson, and Elizabeth Davis. We all work directly and indirectly with this particular process. So they'll have 4 different contact individuals. If they need any assistance and guide them through that particular process, we would gladly provide that assistance.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And can we explore the short term? Yes, I agree with everything everybody said, but in the longer term, like you said, in the spring or as soon as possible, start working with the legislature. I'm still not sure why we have to sign the contract before we can, because I mean, they have an incentive to delay the contract signing, right? So that this doesn't get out. So
is there a law?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's in our Alabama textbook law about not disclosing those ratings and the gradings, and that's sort of where that came from.
Right, but we can change it.
Yes, we can change it, but we're bound by it until we make that change.
That's right, but perhaps Jessica Sanders can help craft legislation that we are involved with and come up with a better proposal, one that better serves our schools and our students.
I agree with that. More information, the better, always.
Good.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just want to point out,
Ms. Bell?
Go
ahead.
The fact that the legislature came up with this piece of law.
Be nice.
The reason why we're dealing with this is because there's a very strong textbook lobby. And again, it reflects the amount of money and perhaps control, the contributions and so forth, the impact that they have in the legislative arena. And so when we go into this, and yes, there are changes, and I remember the discussions during that time, I was a part of it, and made some recommendations to some legislative board positions. They changed so much of what was presented to appease these lobbying parties with connected with these vendors. So the point is that we're going to have to go in with some strength, and we need to make sure that when we request these changes, which are certainly needed, we go into this with strength, and we get the best to come up with the changes. And there are some good people out there who worked on what was a good piece of legislation to start off with, and they understand the history, and I think that is extremely important as we go through this process. We could end up with something much worse, and that does trouble me. But if we, as a board, understand what we're up against, and we're doing it for all the right reasons, and we, I think, will be successful. Otherwise, I don't think we need to just come up with some legislation because it sounds good, because it can be changed dramatically during the process. We need to stand by what we originally present, and it needs to be solid.
Okay. Was there somebody else speaking? All right, thank you. That's a very good point. Anybody else? Any other board members? Okay, thank you. Dr. Boyd, number 5, just a quick overview, did you say?
Sure. This is a resolution to modify certain passing scores for a precondition for initial certification. This is for 3 areas, middle school science, reading specialist, and teaching reading. If there are any questions, I can answer those. I have Dr. Peacock answer them.
Are there any questions concerning item number 5? Dr. Peacock is in the room for those that don't see her.
Are these I think on some of the other practice scores, what we did was we looked at the national average. Are these also the national?
Yes, the 3 tests that are being considered today, it's actually 2 different sections. The first 2, can everyone hear me okay? Try to use my former teacher voice. The first 2 would be the middle school science and reading specialist, and these are 2 tests that are used now for certification, initial certification in those teaching fields. All 3 of the tests that we are currently using, these 2 and the teaching reading, the current test will be expiring August 31st of 2021. So we need to move to the new test. When new tests are presented, they have what they call the multi-state standard setting studies for these tests. That's where you have representatives from Alabama, from other states that come together that are experts in the field. They may be classroom teachers, they may be university personnel that prepare teachers for that particular teaching field. They review the tests after the tests are completed, and they come together and they determine what they call a recommended score. Generally, Alabama has gone with that recommended score. The scores listed here are those recommended scores. So, in falling in line with what we've done in the past, the scores that are here would be the ones that we would suggest using. But again, the middle school science and the reading specialist, these would be areas where the person is being certified initially for the area of middle school science or for the area of reading specialist. They're content knowledge tests. And then the test on the other page, the teaching reading test, this particular test, I don't know if you guys remember when we made the change on teaching reading a while back, it's been about a year ago, I believe. We moved to an elementary test, which is a K-6 test. It was more closely aligned with what we would expect our elementary and early childhood teachers to know and be able to do in the classroom. And we moved away from this P12 test, which is the test listed here, the 5204. The only place that we still use this 5204 test now would be for the area of those that wanted to come into a reading specialist program, a master's degree, where they did not have a background in early childhood education, elementary education, or collaborative K-6 education. When you think about those that are truly prepared for reading, that are taught that in a prep program, those would be your 3 areas where you would have your experts. I might be a middle school science teacher, and I decide I want to go into a reading specialist program. I have a love for reading. This is an area I want to pursue, so I'm going to go into a master's program in that particular area. In that situation, we use this P12 test because a reading specialist could serve anywhere between P and 12.
We use this test to ensure that this person is adequately prepared to begin a reading specialist program. So that this would be something that would be used for admission. And that's the only place that we use it. So moving from the 5204, the current P12 test, to the new test, which would be the 5206. Again, all have been through that multi-state study. We've had input from educators, across our state and others as far as setting those scores. So fairly routine transitions here, just transitions that we do need to make because of the fact that the current tests are expiring. So I'm happy to answer questions on those.
That was very clear, thank you.
Wonderful.
Sure. Any questions, board members? Thank you very much.
Have a great afternoon.
You too. Boy, you got off easy. Thank you all. Board members, for resolution 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, of course, those are ones about which we're very familiar, about National Blue Ribbon Schools. We'll be doing that resolution in January. And then, of course, continuing with our proud month of the ACTE, which will be February 1st through the 28th. So those are things that we will be bringing forth on the board agenda in January. Any questions before we go back, which I have not forgotten? Board questions. Anybody as far as those resolutions? Okay, board questions. Do we have anybody with board questions?
Oh, you know I do.
Well, I know.
You know.
You have to wait till last. I get to talk to them first. Anybody? Okay.
I only have one today.
Is he there? Oh, thank you. Go ahead.
I only have one today for Dr. Mackey. Are you there, Dr. Mackey?
I am, I'm listening, I don't believe that. It's Christmas, Dr. McCarty, now, it's not April Fool's.
No, this is Miss West. She just has one. I've got about a dozen. But
I thought that was Dr. McCarty said she only had one question. Yesterday. Give me the question. Okay, so I tried to like everybody else is doing the same thing. I think I am turning our video off when we're not speaking to save some bandwidth. But can y'all see me now? I can't tell if you can or not.
Yep.
And can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, please, let's go and get some questions. Is Dr. Boyd still there in case there's somebody ready to help me too?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. I hear you well. So I'm not sure then who had one question, but throw the one out.
okay.
That's Miss West.
Hopefully this will be
Yes,
easy and it may take some follow-up. And it did not come up as a question for me until today, so I would have handled it prior to today, but I'm afraid I'll forget. So for the 4 board members, unfortunately, local board members that have not completed their requirements through the Alabama Association of School Boards, I feel obligated on behalf of those who do the work and do the hours to ask, how will this be handled moving forward? Because I know that we bear the responsibility there. And also, I realize you're going to have to follow up on this one, but I would also like to know how those board presidents are notified, and if those board members are receiving income for their board service and have not done the work. I feel obligated to ask on behalf of those many local board members who are doing the work that, we follow up. I just would like to follow up.
Yes, ma'am. Excellent question, and apologize for my levity earlier. I do appreciate that.
That's okay. That's okay.
Good to have the discussion. But no, so this is a serious topic. So these 4, I have to say, and I don't know these 4 folks, but we did, and I know I said this before this morning, but you can't believe the amount of correspondence between us, Jeff Langham, so Jeff actually handles this in our office, and Susan Salter handles it for AASB. So the list is whittled down. There may have been 60 people originally on the list who didn't meet all the qualifications, and we corresponded with them. AASB sent them correspondence, and we whittled it down, and then we sent a pretty demanding letter that I wrote and signed, and these are again the last 4. So where we are is today, we read their names out, and they go into the board minutes. You know that. That's the most that's ever been done before. So exactly what can be done is not clear. And so I'll give you kind of examples. The law says that they can be disqualified from seeking re-election if they continue to refuse to comply with the law, if they're elected. Now, some of the ones we read out this morning are appointed, and for appointed board members, it is completely up to their town council if they want to require them to meet those goals or not. But if they're elected, the law says that they can be disqualified from re-election. So the question might come up, well, who would disqualify them? Would that be the state superintendent, state school board? No. It would be up to a local probate judge whether that probate judge wanted to disqualify them from seeking re-election or not. So we don't have any authority over the re-election law. And so it gets a little bit complicated there. Nobody has ever been disqualified from seeking re-election because of the law, and that's something that Sally Smith and Jane Harold Williams in our office we've talked about, because we see that eventually may come down to it, but we just don't know. I think that we did have one that we thought would be disqualified recently, but the person chose not to seek re-election, so it became a non-issue. The other provisions that are in there, other than what we did today, are they can be censured by their fellow board members. So their board members can pass a resolution censuring them. Obviously, we only had one person from each of these boards, so the other 4 or 6 board members there have done their training, and they can pass a resolution and censure their fellow board member if they wanted to. There is a censure we can offer from the state level, but it's essentially, it has no weight to it. It's just a letter that says, don't do this again. And even though we've not called it a censure, essentially we've already done that. We've already done that. So I don't think I'm going to give you the answer that you're seeking. I mean, it's the best I can do, but there's no real teeth to it. The law is designed to try to make people comply out of personal sense of responsibility. Now, there has been some discussion. I don't want to speak for AASB, but I know this was an issue for them last year. They were talking about some amendments to the law that would put some more teeth into it. Sally Smith and I had several conversations, and we'd actually worked through some issues and got to some agreement on things that would be better. And then the last year's session, what happened, and nothing came of it. So I have no idea if they're looking at pre-filing a bill this year or not. Does that help? I was not trying to avoid it.
No,
okay.
You're not. It's a question because when I was a local school board member, the law was passed requiring a certain number of hours of training. I was already participating in the program as a member, so it was not a problem for me. But because it is a law and because the people in those positions are leaders in local school districts with names and faces, and people are expecting them to serve with a level of integrity and work ethic, when we have to do what we had to do today, it's disappointing for me as a board member, having been a former local, and I want to understand what the repercussions are, if any, because I do take it very seriously, and we're asking them at the local level to do a lot of work, and when one person or 2 people on a small board isn't effectively staying trained, I think it causes everyone to have, it's a weakness for everyone. And so it's just a concern I have, and I wanted to voice it.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am, and it's a good concern because we obviously wonder if they're not doing any of the training, what, I don't know these folks, they may be great board members, but are they staying up to date? Are they staying engaged in the work? And it is important to know, we actually waived some of the requirements this year because of COVID. So for instance, gosh, I can't remember exactly what they were, but 6 hours total, and 2 hours whole of that 6 is whole board training. I think, I don't know if Dr. Langham's in there, I think we actually cut the total to 3 because AASB was not going to be able to hold its summer conference. As you know, we're not even able to do a virtual conference this summer. We know that some board members were kind of counting on that to finish out their hours. So we actually, on AASB's recommendation, cut the requirements, and these 4 still did not make them so. And now our intention, we've already sent out notice to board members that for 2021, we do not intend to issue another waiver, that they will be held to the 6 hours and 2 hours of whole board training. It can be done through a WebEx or Zoom, actually, because we know a lot of boards are doing remote meetings. But unless I get a different vibe from this board, our plan is to hold their feet to the fire this year and to require the whole 6 hours.
Well, we should. Okay.
And I say this year, in 2021, I think.
Right. Okay, Dr. McCarty?
Okay, I've got several questions.
Start with
I know, it's Christmas. And so,
Yes.
so first of all, I'll start with the Literacy Act. Well, first of all, let me say thank you to the service of Dean Tommy Turner, who is retiring at JSU, who without his support, he was the one that when I had a principal call me and say how fabulous letters training is, you need to do it at JSU, would you set up a meeting with Dean Tommy Turner? I said, sure. She presented to Tommy Turner, he embraced it, brought on Janet Babanese, and they implemented it at great sacrifice to them. They gave up their entire summer, went to Texas, got intensive training in letters so they could become instructors that fall. I'm so proud of them and so proud of his leadership, and wanted to say thank you publicly to such a fabulous leader in our state. I hate that he's retiring, but wish him very well. Okay, now the Literacy Act questions. I need clarity. When is the Literacy Act, when is it implemented? For example, I went back, I keep that law with me just about all the time. It says, for example, that there are some student proficiency reports that have to be submitted to the board in December and then presented to the governor, lieutenant governor, legislators, I think by December 31st. Is that for this year? Do we start this year, or is that for next year?
No, that's for this year. You got that report. We've already emailed that to you.
Okay. Can you email it again?
Yes, so somebody write that down. Yeah, we can. I think you got it on November 30th, December 31st. There are 2 reports due in December. I'm glad I see Dr. Davis is back on here with me. So one is due December 1st, one is due December 30th or 31st. And so she may have to clarify which report, but we sent one of them to you already. And I think we sent it on November 30th. Dr. Stritchett was working on that about the time she had to go into quarantine with us. But I mean, I just want to back up, Dr. McCarty, and then just get into your specific questions. So it is on the implementation. Well, and this is a little confusing, I'm not saying to you, but to our folks in the district, I'm having to answer this question every week, because the retention provision is for the 3rd grade class in the 21-22 school year, so next school year, at the end of 2022, is what the retention provision is. Many people read that And then they believe that the law then is implemented in 2022. But clearly the law was implemented like on it's that typical thing, it's the third month after the signature of the governor. Like it was implemented, we've been in implementation now for well over a year. And the only provision that is not required until 2022 is the retention. Everything else in the law, all the reports, everything else in there is enforced now. Now, some of that takes time. I'm going to give an example here. So, if the Montgomery City Council were to meet tonight and change the speed limit on Madison Avenue, the speed limit might change upon their vote, but it's not going to be enforced until they get the signs up. And so it might take them 2 or 3 or 4 weeks or something to go out and change all the signs just because they changed the speed limit. So that's where we are now. There are things that we are implementing now, and that will continue to go forward. And so one of those is like core reading programs. There's something in there about every district having a core reading program, a good core reading program. Every district currently has a core reading program. That is their reading textbook. Some of them are much better than others. And we've heard from multiple districts that they want new core reading programs and they don't have money for that. Well, that is the textbook money. So the great conversation we've had around math textbooks, we're a year or more than a year away from that ELA reading textbook process. And so eventually they will get state money to buy new core reading programs. And we will have to go through a similar vetting process for reading that we did with mathematics. But hopefully we'll have learned some things that will be better. But they're not, some of them are worried like they're out of compliance with the law because they've not bought new reading, basal readers. Basal, that's a pretty old term, but the reading textbook. They're not out of compliance. It's just they may need updated stuff, but the updates will come in because we also have a state textbook law, and so there are multiple laws we have to comply with. So I'm just preceding some of your questions to let you know it is confusing for some of our folks, and we have had to really work on that. We had a call with our state reading specialist a couple of days ago to talk them through just how to support when they go into a school and everybody in the school looks like they're pulling their hair out and they just at their last straw, how to help them kind of back up, think about it, and support them through that. So may I just say that is kind of a foundation for questions on the Literacy Act, and then I'm going to let you keep going with specifics, and I want to ask Dr. Davis, she may have to jump in and help answer some of these.
Well, I've got on page 13, it says the board is required to define dyslexic-specific intervention which must be provided to students with dyslexia and all struggling readers. Have we done that?
I pulled mine out, yes, to see page 13 shall provide additionally.
I don't have a copy of the law right in front of me.
So your dyslexia-specific intervention as defined by rule of the state board is in the code.
So we voted on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just making sure we're in compliance. If we're supposed to do something, I want to make sure that we have done it.
All right, next question.
Next question. Okay, I did hear some concerns recently and got some emails from a few of my school systems. And again, there is anxiety, and Dr. Mackey and I have spoken a little bit about this, but they are saying that there's some redundancy in the reporting. For example, one says that reading coaches and principals hold weekly, bi-weekly meetings with teachers and upload information. In addition, the central office has to hold data meetings and enters the same information into Cavion. I don't know what Cavion is. as well as they have to import or put it in the portal, assurances documentation, proof of schedule, and student results that have already been uploaded and shared by the RC, reading coaches. So I think one concern, and it just may be that there's not coordination, not communication or clarity, that there seems to be frustration that different parties are putting the same information in multiple times, and they see it as a waste of time because it was already put in once. Sure. And so I'm not sure what the causes are. I'm saying miscommunication and contradictory communication leaves the beast of this burden on school principals, reading coaches, and the central office staff to work through the interpretation of the law and to do all they can to uphold it. Now, they don't get me wrong, everybody I speak with in the schools agrees with the intent, with the spirit of the law, which is that we want all children to be reading at grade level by the end of 3rd grade. Right, so there's no disagreement with that. I think that the concern and the anxiety comes from the implementation. And then another concern, so that was one, redundancy was one big concern. And then a second concern was, and I'm not exactly sure how we're using them, but with Cognia, they said that Cognia has given, now I'm being harsh here, but this is what they said, inconsiderate deadlines, poor communication, and little clarity. And so again, I wasn't even aware that we were using Cognia for this, but there seems to be concern about the timing of information, the clarity, the communication. That's one issue with Cognia. And then the second big concern is redundancy. So I'll hush so that you can comment.
So I will comment on Cognia. So there are only two reporting mechanisms, and I went back through the requirements as far as at the district level, and I went back through the memos this morning just to make sure, and it's FY 21-2008 and then FY 21-2005, and I'll be happy to pull back up and send them because I know it's easier sometimes. But so one of those is that's the data that's required from the law, the beginning of year, middle of year, end of year, and that's what's in Cavion. Now, when we started this in May, we had been enter all of it from last year, knowing that we didn't have an end of year because we didn't have it set up yet. So with the memo that is FY 21-2008, which is the early literacy assessment reporting dates, that is going to be the data that we just reported on December 1st, because that's required, of course, in the law, but it is there beginning, middle, and end of year. So what we have done this year, so that it won't be all at one time, so we sent out that the first date for beginning of the year, I think, should be entered in Cavion like by October 16th. And of course, people had hurricanes, so it's trying to spread it out and do it as they get the data instead of all at the end this year. The other the other assessment implementation for ALA, the F1 21-2005. So that is our implementation monitoring, and that is so the first 9 weeks. That memo and that's that memo. You can click on the link and see the Google form, which is what we asked. There are 8 to 10. I think we looked at all 4 quarters and said, what is it that the local reading coaches have to do to be in compliance with the law, and also that it's like in January we'll have something on there for next quarter about beginning your summer learning planning. So because that again, that is our uniform format to see how they are implementing the law. So it is now, what we've been working on is having it in Cognia moving forward instead of a Google form, because we're trying to, like everything else, only have them have to work in one platforms. So they do compliance monitoring there, they do their, their continuous improvement plan. So they just got that training, a lot of the principals did, and so beyond it. And that they will start using that quarterly as a principal, so I do it for my school. And it's 8 to 10 days. Like you'll see if you click on the link on that F1 2005, you'll see what they have to provide. But we have to, we're getting, 80 million, asking for more money, $80 million. And most of that goes to the local reading coaches. And if we aren't doing what we have to do to make sure to hold them accountable for using them like this, as the law says, then we can't keep asking for more money. And I feel like, and we told them, you tell us as you do these 8 to 10 every quarter, no more than 10, if there is something that you don't like about it that we can change, we will. We tried very, very hard to be very strategic about it being information that is telling us that they are, meeting the law. Now, what they are requiring of their district, for example, if their district requires that they turn in those coaching logs or in a different place, or that is totally different, and it'll just take time to streamline that, and that's what our regional folks can help with.
Well, Elizabeth, what I'll try to do is I'll try to get clarity on now I've got, some information, but they just, I think there was frustration with, they feel like they had already put that information in. Why do we have to put it in again? Yeah. And so if there are ways that we can streamline, or they can copy and paste, or whatever we can do to ease the paperwork and the data entry portion of this job, because we want them to spend their energy on the children, right? Not on at the computer. And so anything we can do to streamline, but still uphold what we have to for accountability and for what is required from the law. And certainly I think we all want to do that, but just maybe touch base, sort of like Dr. Reynolds had said earlier, that customer service aspect, that maybe one division of the department's asking for one thing and somebody else is asking for somebody else and something else, and we could combine and just ask for it one time, perhaps. And so,
and Dr. McCarty, if you'll please just get those, the key person would be Tracy Strichick when she comes back. If they will call her, then she's kind of our central repository, and then you don't have to be the middle person. I love it that our board members will do what your job is constituent services and listen to people. But then if you say, I can connect you to somebody who can help you with that, Tracy can do that because she's the one who's developed these forms and the reports. And she's also developing the reports for us. So there are these reports, technically that I have to provide to the legislature. Well, obviously, I'm the state superintendent. I don't write every report we have to provide the legislature. I depend on my folks to do that. And Tracy's doing that work and pulling that together. Because we are hearing some. I mean, we've gone back and made some changes based on feedback that she has gotten from the field. Now, I will tell you this, for every change we've made, there's been at least one or two that we've had to deny, because when we look at what the law requires us to do, we just don't have the authority to waive some things. But the things that we've been able to streamline or waive, we've been able to put those in place. So that will help. If you can get those specific questions or get them to her, and we've done some calls too. I've done some calls myself. I know Dr. Davis has, and Tracy's done many more with local folks that kind of help clarify that. And I think I have some set up next week. But anyway, keep going.
Okay. Well, and then also concerning the Literacy Act, and this is my last Literacy Act question, but there was some concerns over the memo that went out about the intervention programs. I had a few people reach out to me, and Jackie, I know you served on the task force, or you serve presidents on the task force. And, so there was just some concern about why there were two lists. And Jackie, if you want to talk about that, or Elizabeth, if you want to, I'm open to, but like I say, there was just some concern over it.
Go ahead, Dr. Davis.
Can you, as far as concern over two lists?
Right, there seemed to be
I
one
think
that
I
was
know
like,
what you're talking about. So they're not two lists, there's only one list.
okay,
So they were
Yes.
asked, one of the things we asked the Literacy Task Force, and they had a subcommittee that vetted interventions for Tier 3 intervention. And so Tier 3 intervention is very specific. Those are students that have obviously a reading difficulty. Many of our Tier 3, in many school districts, Tier 3 ends up being referred for special education. We are obviously trying to reduce the number of referrals for special education and try to get Tier 3 interventions outside of special ed. But in most cases, Tier 3 goes to an intervention that's not the regular classroom teacher. That's not saying they can't do it, because in some systems, they work it out so a classroom teacher does her own Tier 3 intervention, but in many situations, they don't. So they vetted projects. Again, Tracy Stritchett would be the best person to talk about this, because she led that work, but she's not able to be with us today. So the subcommittee did a list, and I think there were 12 or 13 submissions. There were 3 or 4 that they scored 0 because they said they did not meet the minimum criteria. We've definitely gotten pushback, because there are school systems using some of those. And some of those that were not scored are actually very good programs that have scientific basis, and they're moving students. But our act says some very specific things. And so there may be 10, and I don't remember exactly, but there really are 9 or 10 things that the Literacy Act says that they have to have. And in one case, one of those was disqualified because it had 8 of the 9, or 9 of the 10. So it did really well on some things, but it didn't meet all of them. And so they decided not to score the ones that didn't meet all the criteria. Then they did a list. They recommended that they only wanted this is where it gets a little confusing. So the Literacy Task Force was supposed to turn that scoring back over to me. They did. And we had a call about it. It was very good discussion. But some of them, or maybe all of them, wanted to limit and say, districts only use these at the top. But that falls under my discretion, and I said we need to send them the whole list, that they were scored, not the ones that were not scored, but the whole list of the ones that were scored, and then let our districts choose. With the caveat that these are the ones that the task force recommends. So that's the way it was sent out. There are not 2 lists. There's one list, fully compliant with the law, and the spirit of the law, but then it does say, this is number 1. This is the one that was ranked highest. This is the one that was ranked 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all the way down to the bottom. And then we sent the rubric that shows why they were ranked. So, for instance, one might be number 8 overall, but it was number 2 on vocabulary. So if a local school district is really looking for a program that's strong in vocabulary, they now have that rubric to help them make a decision about what's best for them. The question I think you're getting is, well, do we have to use one in the top 4, or can we use one that's not on the other? The actual response is they don't even have to use one that's on the list, period. And there is 0 state dollars to buy these. This is just to help guide their decision making. But there's no state funds to go with it. And there's nothing that says they have to do it. It just says that we have to help to provide them a list to help them make better decisions about what they need. And so that is out there. Even since the list has gone out, we've had some task force members and superintendents to ask us to revise it, but there's no agreement about how they want it revised. Even some of the things that I've been asked, well, would you go back and add some sentence in? And then there's a ton of people that are opposing to that sentence, so it's not easy. But it is what it is, and it's out there, and I think for now we'll just have to stick by it like it is. So I don't know if that adds any clarity or not.
Thank you, and I appreciate that you sent out the rubric. Once again, information
Sure.
is power, and as long as they know the strengths and weaknesses, then they can make better decisions. Okay, I'm gonna change and do it.
And one of them is the one that overall, everybody agrees is number one, and I would agree that too. But it requires I don't know if they have to be cost. I'm trying to look at Dr. Davis, I don't know why, because she can't see me, but it requires a specific training. And you have to send a teacher, it's about $30,000 to get them trained. So not everybody, and obviously they're trained in that. But, so there are some issues like that too. Some of them require special training in those things. But again, that's what we're helping districts work through, is try to make good decisions for themselves. Sorry, I know you were trying to go on to another question. I'll quit on that.
Thank you. Next. Dr. Hall.
Yes.
I've got a question for you. I so appreciate the CTE report that we recently got. It was fabulous, incredible. I saw the credentials that we awarded in 2019 were up to almost 32,000, which is fabulous. So I applaud you, applaud your efforts of all the career tech directors and teachers out there. But when I pulled page 5, I was like, what? And so, like health science, we know how important our health science young people are going to be in the future when they get out there and work in that field of health science, and our CNAs and our future nurses and doctors and all that sort of thing, occupational therapists. And that there were some pretty large drops in our more, what we think of more STEM fields, like from 2,455 awarded in health science in 2018 to 1949 in 2019. Information technology went from 829 credentials awarded in 2018 to 513 in 2019. And I could go on, but I guess my concern is, yay for the overall increases. I'm very proud of those. But I was alarmed at some of the sharp declines in our high demand, high income fields. And I want to know how we can help to boost those, to get those back up. Is it, career awareness? Is that a problem, that students aren't aware of the great careers in health sciences and in information technology? Is it funding? Is it they can't find instructors in career? I guess I'm just, I want a thing to, to help you, and I don't know how.
Well, I think that like health sciences is one of the top 2 to 3 high demand, high wage jobs in every workforce region. Right. So it's a priority for us as well as others that you mentioned. And I think that there's a lot of different layers to that report and how that's reporting out. It's reporting CRIs, as you mentioned, overall, how many were earned in the state by any students in any grade. And so I think if you look at the dramatic overall increase across the board since we've started the process 5-6 years ago, at some point it's got to begin to level out. But I think since we've been talking about this, my wheels have been turning. I think a better way to look at how we're reporting the CRIs, maybe to start breaking it down by cohort, so we know the number of students in each grade, graduating class that are leaving, so we can maybe better document exactly where, if there is an actual drop, where it may be. Because at some point we would get to a place where, we may have a health science program where every senior and every junior in that program earned the CNA, certificate in health science. Well, all those seniors have left, but maybe there was 100 of them, just for an example. Next year we have 100 students in the program again, but 50 of those students already have the CNA because they were in the program last year. So now that program may only earn 50 for the year, but we're still sending out the same number of certified students that are graduating. So we may need to look and disaggregate that data a little bit more to find where exactly are we on what the decline is by grade level and cohort, and then we can better try to find some solutions as to how we address that. But health science, the programs are growing. Our CTSO numbers are growing, the number of programs popping up around the state are growing. So I think that we need to probably research that a little more in depth, and I'll get Tony and Craig looking at that, and we'll break that down a little bit more and maybe be able to answer that a little better. The funding question related to that is, when we initially started, as I mentioned before, we were funding 100%. So whatever the system said they needed, when I was in the local system when we first started this, whatever amount of money we said we needed, and so some of that money was potentially having to go back, which is never a good thing. So we needed to back off a little bit and ask systems to be a little more thorough in how they determined. And I think that there's now a percentage of the requests that they make. And so there's no good science to how we request CRI money, because we're asking teachers at the local level in the first grading period to predict who is going to be able to sit for some of these exams in maybe April or May. And so it's a little bit of a guessing game. That's a terrible answer, I know, but I'm just being honest with you about that's the system we have in place at this point. And so that's probably something that we need to look at a little bit more. And as we continue to work with the ACCCP and the compendium of valuable credentials that they're developing, and we're working right now to get all of our CRIs on their registered list. That process is ongoing as we begin to align all those things. We're hoping a lot of this stuff will begin to flesh out, and the funding will levelize to the point of we're able to provide the systems with what they need to really give the CRI testing materials and tests to the students that need to be sitting for the test. That's the system that we're trying to get to. So that's what we're working towards. Now, I should have opened with this because you always give the bad news first, but the COVID in last spring has really devastated what our CRI numbers are for this past spring. Dealing with the multiple testing agencies, we don't control the test at the local level, State Department level. Those tests are controlled by the different business and industry partners and testing agencies and those sorts of things. And so when schools basically shut down in March and people were sent home, everybody was left scrambling, trying to find ways to figure out how can we get these CRI tests in virtual settings, online options, changing dates, and all of these different things. And some testing agencies said, well, COVID's an issue for us. We're not coming out to school, so we saw this a significant drop. However, as Dr. Mackey pointed out in the board meeting this morning, we do see that we think that there's not much of an impact on the college and career readiness rate related to graduates, the graduation rate, that gap still looks pretty good. So what we think happened is that we were still able to get the seniors tested that needed to get their testing done. We were able to get them done because that was the focus. And then the students that have returned this year, now the systems have had time to try to work out ways to pull out, if we need to pull out virtual tests or online sessions or whatever the case may be in each individual kinds of tests. Some of those tests, they have some really serious security measures in place that, they may send proctors in from outside the system. The teacher may never actually even be able to put their hands on the test kind of thing. It's under lock and key. They show up, give the test, as soon as it's over, they lock it in a briefcase and they're gone. And that's kind of how they work. So they all kind of vary, and each situation can be a little different. So, but as far as the credentials that are earned across, like breaking it down in each individual area, I think that we're going to work to try to create a report that will show by cohort, so we can see if we are, if we have seniors graduating and we're seeing a drop in certifications in health science, that's more alarming than if we still see we're sending this, basically each cohort we're sending the same number of, or increasing number, or at least close to the same number of graduates out with a certification, then we can, that's two different problems, and we can decide what the solution needs to be.
No, I thank you for that, and yeah, I was just, like I say, this was, the 2019 numbers, and so I thought, okay, pre-COVID, it's, so it was concerning, and it's one of those things you don't know if it's just a blip, if that was maybe just a small senior class or, whatever, or whether it's a trend. And also, I think in the past, board members have gotten before the number of credentials and in what area by LEA. And I would love, and I would think other board members would like that.
Yeah.
If we could have, and again, the most recent data may be 2019, I'm not sure, but whatever your most recent data is,
We have done that.
I would love to
Okay.
see that, just so I can, I can see if Anniston High School is, has a jump in welding graduate, or credentials or something, and just to know, just for information purposes. And, but I thank you so much, and I appreciate it. Any additional information, like I say, I like the cohort idea. I think that could be very informative. And so anything that you want to come back with later as you investigate it, we'd love to hear.
Okay. I think we have that data on hand, we can pull that pretty quick.
And just send it to all the board members.
Yes.
That'd be great.
I'll run it with Dr. Boyd and make sure that it's how it's supposed to.
Okay. Pleasure. Okay, next. Do you have another one?
Well, I do, but, okay, I'll do one more. Okay, with Dr. Mackey, with people with COVID and with people on quarantine and things like that, do we, and this is more I guess, it's an HR question, do we do a lot of cross-training? Like if critical, key people in the department are out, and let's say they're sick, are there people cross-trained that can do their essential duties while they're out?
Absolutely. So we've been doing, we've done that before, but we've been doing more of it since the summer. And we're working in the department on, right now, we're working on most of our staff on 50% at a time. So most of our folks are working every other day. We've actually allowed each section to kind of do their own schedule. So in other words, some may have, person A may be here on Monday and Tuesday, and then person B is here on Wednesday and Thursday and so forth, or they may be doing every other day. We've allowed them by section to make some of those decisions. But essentially, people are only in the building half the days, and they are working remotely then the other half of the days. We have pretty good technical capability as far as people working from home, so they can transfer their phones to their house, they can obviously do their email from home, they can do WebEx and conference calls and those things from home. We have distributed dozens of laptops since COVID started to make sure people could work from home. We have gotten caught a little bit with the shortage of laptops, but right now, it appears we've got enough, everybody's covered. For a while, we were a little worried about that. And then the cross-training, yes, we do a lot of cross-training. That does not mean that it's seamless, though. So, especially, there are some things that have to be done either in the building or through very secure servers. So we really have a very secure system. And things, especially on the administrative side, I don't know if Mr. Craig's in the room or not, he might could better answer, but on the administrative side, which, that's where a lot of our people are. We have dozens of accountants and people who have to process the more than, with C&P, it's like $10 billion a year to travel through our accounts. And so they do cross-training. But at the same time, there are only certain people who have certain clearances. So only some people can sign off on some things, and so we do have to, there are times when people have to do things. So like, for instance, there are certain things that only I am legally allowed to sign for. There are some things that that Mr. Craig can sign for. But even those things, we have some protocols in place. So Mr. Craig and Dr. Boyd, I have authorized them in writing to be able to sign for me if I'm incapacitated. And so, that's some things we do. Now, right now, I'm not considered incapacitated. So, like, they brought things to me 2 days this week. The legal department has brought me a stack of stuff to go through and process. So, we are doing that, but we are doing more cross-training at the lower level. It shows that my battery's gonna die in a minute, so I'm about to have to unplug my earphones and plug up my battery, or I'm going to die. My computer's gonna die. So, anyway, so I'll do that in just a second. But our real concern is things like, posting memos. So superintendent memos, there are only 3 people in the department that can do that. My secretary, Dr. Boyd's secretary, and one of the other ladies up there. And so, we've been really cognizant, and been talking actually more in the last week about what can we do. And like if all 3 of them went out at one time, I would love to think that Dr. Boyd, Mr. Craig, and I could just keep it all together. But if all 3 of my secretaries went out at one time, and Nora, I'm not sure what we would do. We're working about those kind of things to make sure at least one of them is. And they were really good about working their schedules. I want to be those ladies are absolutely awesome and amazing. And they will make sure that one of them is here every day and that things are always covered. But with COVID, if like all 3 of them were to be quarantined at one time, it would be difficult on us. So we've been working on more ways of cross-training to try to make sure that doesn't happen. I think that's kind of what you're asking. And, so mostly, yes, we're in pretty good shape on that, but there are some things, there's some key people that if they went out, it would definitely slow things down.
Well, good. I would just continue to ask you to work with HR and continue that investigation and process. But it sounds like you're moving forward.
All right, any other questions, board members?
Ms. Ziegler, I'm sorry, I have just one quick question back to the Literacy Act.
Go right
I
ahead.
know this year, because of COVID-19, our teachers have been doing the best they could, whether remotely or in person. So I have a question for Dr. Mackey. How will the lack of students getting normal instruction or sufficient instruction perhaps weigh in on the number of students not being promoted?
Yes, good question. But before I respond, let me make sure, can y'all still hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me find, okay, good. I'm afraid I might lose it when I do that transition. So that is a big concern of ours. Let me back up just a little bit, Dr. Richardson. Remember that the retention provision is based on the state test. Now, we have planned that the state test, the new state test, would be given in the spring of 2021. This is going to be a long question.
Right.
Spring of 2020, and we were not able to do that. So now we're going to 21, and then again in 22. So we have built technical difficulties. We have 4 meetings of our technical advisory committee coming up. We are going to ask them to do a presentation to the board probably in February to talk about the upcoming test and challenges with administering the test. And the challenges with setting the thresholds between levels 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the thresholds for quote grade level reading, which will probably be around level 1 on the 3rd grade test, but not exactly. And let me tell you why, because we adopted, when we went to a new test, we consciously decided that we would test ELA, so English Language Arts. Y'all remember that? We talked about it. So it's not a reading test. It's a test of reading and writing and comprehension. It's a much wider test. But the Literacy Act says you have to test reading. Well, I think if you talk about those frustrated 3rd grade teachers, we said they had to take another week of tests. They would probably really pull their hair out and my hair too. So what we did, we talked to our DRC, our contractor, and our technical advisory committee. They're going to pull out with multiple choice reading questions in the 3rd grade test and create a separate test within a test. Okay? Because we have to be able to turn those scores around quickly. So the stuff where somebody has to actually read it and score it, we can't use. So it has to be just for us, has to be quick stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. On your question though, so there's a lot of technical difficulty we're already challenging. Now we've got students that we know are in probably the most significant learning loss in modern history. And yet, so how's that going to look? Well, the reason I described the other before is, one, that may affect where the cut scores are. So in other words, everybody may go down, and the cut scores may actually get depressed in the first year, because when we look at it, when they, the statisticians set those scores, they may actually, because everybody's scores fall, the cut score may drop, so that might help some actually, but then it would eventually have to be raised back up. I'm real concerned about what that looks like in the spring of 2022. There's no question about that. And we could not be in a situation where we retain like 30 or 40% of our third graders. And I know nobody wants that to happen.
No.
Remember, there are other provisions. So the key is there's a test. And did they make the cut score on the test? Cut score has not been developed yet, but it cannot be set until after the test is administered at least twice. So we won't even have a cut score until spring of 2022. Okay. When our technical advisory committee comes and talks to you, they're going to talk more about that. There's nothing I can do about that. Now I can't just pick a number and say, oh, this number we're going to go with, and everybody doesn't make this number, going to have consequences. We have to keep our advisory committee. Okay, but those students who don't hit that score, what are other ways they can be promoted? Well, the law says they can be promoted a couple of ways. One is they have an IEP, and the IEP team says to promote them, they can be promoted. But then there are provisions that kick in for fourth grade, things that fourth grade teachers have to do as far as extensive monthly reporting, testing and reporting on those students that were promoted by portfolio, for example, and fourth grade teachers have never had to do the kind of reporting they will have to do for those students who are promoted. So we have to think about that. They also take intensive summer school and test again at the end of summer school. And it could be the same state test, or it could be an alternate test. So it could be another test, more of a formative test we have, has to be statistically tied to the state test, because you have to show that they're the same. But it goes with intensive summer school in summer 2022, and then test again at the end of summer school. And then there are other ways. They can actually look at things like portfolio promotion. One of the things we're really concerned about right now is our EL students that don't speak English. They're scoring low because they're not proficient in English language, but they're making progress in learning English. Nobody wants to impair their progress. So there are a lot of questions out there, but the heart of your question, and I promise, and I'll let it go, Doctor, that you want to, you may have another follow-up.
No.
The implementation is there. It clearly what the law says is going to happen. We're working toward that.
Okay.
But we do have a lot of concerns about all the things that have to be done with testing between now and then, make sure we have a valid, reliable test and test score. And that we have other opportunities for those students to demonstrate proficiency, so that it's not just the test and that's it. So there's a lot of work to be done and being worked on right now, but I appreciate you looking forward to thinking about that, because it's not something we need to wait till the spring of 22 to talk about. There's definitely lots of questions to be answered.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ziegler.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Any other questions? We want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, and we will see you in January, and that ends our board and work session.
Thank you, Dr. President.
I hope I see everybody before January, but all of you.
Oh, yeah. Maybe not there.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Ho, ho,
Have a good day safe.
Excellent presentation,
sir.
We're just waiting for
Well, I was already